the person is in shorts, in the other video the person is in trousers. This proves that Bhagwant Mann has probably done the stupidest cover-up in political history.
Our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, you must have already guessed, is Professor V. Kamakoti, the visionary director of IIT Madras. He's a champion of homegrown technology and one of the most consequential voices in terms of driving India's cutting-edge tech landscape, sovereign AI, and semiconductor self-reliance. Before we welcome him on stage, let's play out the AV.
The future belongs to nations that innovate, invent, and lead. Driving this frontier is Professor V. Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, India's ultimate powerhouse for deep tech, engineering, and entrepreneurship.
We would like to see a country which is both economically and technology-wise a superpower. And to build this nation, the real stakeholders would be the youth, and it is very important that we hear the voice of the youth, take their ideas and move forward.
He has supercharged India's capabilities in AI, indigenous semiconductors, and next-gen engineering.
Viksit Bharat 2047, we envisage Bharat to be a technology superpower, and that can be attained only if we make Bharat as a product nation, as a startup nation.
How can India convert its raw talent into a dominant global edge? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor V. Kamakoti for his special address, Innovations That Build a Nation.
Professor V. Kamakoti, in conversation with Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, Executive Editor, Law and Governance, Republic TV.
A very good afternoon to our audience. Thank you, Rini, for making it special as always. And I start with welcoming and saying namaste to Professor Kamakoti. I want to start in a very special way, sir. I've heard there's a Kamakoti corridor in many alumni that are inspired by you. They say that you've said 6:30 a.m. is a great time to study. 4 to 8 p.m. is a transformational time in the morning. What is the first thing you think about in the morning, Professor Kamakoti?
First?
What is the first thought that you get in the morning?
First thought in the morning always would be, we meet some people around when we leave the office.
Yes.
And what is so exciting in IIT Madras, these kids actually come out with some brilliant ideas. They say they want to launch some startup. So, of late, my full focus is to see how to see these startups, cross something called the valley of hope, right? The Western world actually says it's valley of death. India is always about asatoma sadgamaya, tamasoma jyotirgamaya, mrityorma amritam gamaya. So from death to hope. So how do we actually bridge this valley of hope? And always, around 80% of the days, I wake up with some interesting thought that I would like to convey to these kids about making their product much more easily translatable into a TRL higher level. So this is always that happens.
That's lovely because you've always spoken about national pride. You've always spoken about India's Atmanirbharta. In fact, you were chairing the AI task force. How do you think for students who will be 38 years when Viksit Bharat is there, sir, can technical independence be the real area that we prosper in as compared to digital dependence?
Absolutely. So there's no second thought. 1947 we got social independence. 2047 we should get technology independence. And the role of IITs, the role of all the higher education institutions, to shape up the youth to basically reach that level specifically as Mr. Goyal mentioned, with a lot of Atmavishwas, and also pride to be an Indian. I think these two are extremely important and that we are now targeting at this point. So let me just add two to three points which IIT Madras and all IITs put together are showcasing today. We have now come to a stage where we realize that protecting our ideas are very important and that is fundamental. So IITs put together, we close around 1,000 to 1,500 patents every year. The IIT Madras in particular, we do 1.4 patents a day. Last year we closed with 470 patent filing. So we have instilled that idea that we need to protect all our IPs. And then we really allow them to now think that entrepreneurship is a very excellent career. A failed entrepreneur in your biodata is much, much more a valid statement, value addition for you. Because failure teaches you million lessons which million successes cannot teach you. Right? So this is also something that we put very across the youngsters. So we have more than incubate 100 startups every year. Last 2 years we have been doing more than 100 startups. It's not just IIT Madras founders, but all across India. So this must be encouraged, and I think that is where Viksit Bharat is going to go out.
How do we make this into a global leadership, Professor Kamakoti? You've said India is poised to be the largest consumer of data and the largest also manufacturer. So as to say.
So translating it to global, what we have seen in COVID, right? And subsequently, any solution that we do for Bharat will work across the world. Because we have so much diversity and what we celebrate is that unity in diversity. And we are seeing in many things and type of problems that, social problems that we see, right, are something, at scale. Scale is also very important. 150 crore population that we are looking at, in which 30 crore on the education system, essentially they are the youth. This is somewhere unparalleled across the world. And that is where we pitch in. So if you go and ask a startup at any of these IITs, why are you doing this? Money comes second. They say, I have a national purpose. So we have a startup that made a lightweight chair, right? Wheelchair. It is 1/3 the weight of currently available chairs. Looks very cute because you sit in a wheelchair, you already think you are a patient. But this chair was so nice that I want to go and sit and play with it. And it's 1/3 the cost. We see a startup that have made a septic tank cleaner. Agnikul Cosmos, as Mr. Shah mentioned. Today, we can print a rocket engine in 72 hours. Full engine, right? So these type of, and they all come with a purpose. So I think that is where we pitch India, pitch our children, who are going to become the leaders in 2047. The thought process itself is something different. And that's the unique selling point for our country. And that's what I personally believe. Looking at all these young startups, we have 500 plus, valued at 73,000 crores. What started like a fun project for us, the Center for Innovation 20 years before, has now translated into a major, economy, socio-economic reform that's happening. I think that is something which gives us the confidence and also the children the confidence.
I think that's something that we are looking forward to having that. I want to shift focus, Professor Kamakoti, to what you've said about Operation Sindoor. You made a very interesting observation. Operation Sindoor is not only about the military success that India had, but also about the triumph of Indian engineering, whether it was drones or image surfacing. How do you think this has to move forward? Are you saying, therefore, that multiple disciplines will come together to face India's national challenges?
It's not will come together, has already come together.
Have already come together.
We have friends from forces here, so let me take the courage to talk in front of them. But what we see from outsider, right, as an outsider, we have fought a responsible war.
Yes.
Right? And no other country has done it. We have seen war that's happening across, right? We did not go and hit an oil well. We really went and targeted the people who are needling us. We have friends across the border. We never go and bothered them at all. And this type of a precision was actually possible because of some amount of indigenous technology that we had put in. Of course, we are importing semiconductors because we are yet to get the fab that we are anticipating very eagerly. But many, many things that we had demonstrated there have a lot of indigenous component, and also we have proved that our wisdom actually suits the crisis. Right? We might be wise, but if it doesn't suit the crisis, it doesn't go anywhere. I think we have put a lot of things together, and actually we see around 8 to 9 disciplines that have come together to make operations into successful from an engineering perspective. And this is what we have been telling, and actually now you see some of the changes that happened in the last 2 years. What's the effect of Operation Sindoor on JEE based admission at IIT Madras? Let us, two spectrums, end of one is fighting a war, another is admission. We are seeing people moving into core engineering disciplines. So we actually, I had the opportunity to call first 200 toppers of JEE. We have, so what is JEE? Just for the audience here. In 2022-23 framework, I think the CEO of one of the big LLMs came to India. He met Honorable Prime Minister, everybody, and then finally said, India is hopeless. I can't make a large language model. I got very pissed off, right? Because I'm really a nationalist. I got very angry. So that night I took the JEE physics paper, which was very, very tough paper, fed it into that. That day it scored 3 out of 120. Okay, so I was very happy. I said, this large language model is useless, right? Now, 2 years down the line, same thing, it actually scored 109 out of 120. And this time, at least 7 to 8 problems in physics, ChatGPT was not able to solve, right? Wow. So that's the, now it would have learned over a period of time. But on that day when the question paper was completed and we have fed it, it was not able to solve. So that's a toughness. But we got the top 200 of people who cleared that. And we had a conversation. I think the mindset is changing. Mindset is changing. People want to come to core engineering. We need more civil engineers. We need more mechanical engineers. We need more aerospace engineers. I think that, if you see the opening ranks, it's changed. Why I'm talking about JEE here? Because it's the cream of the cream that we filter out. And that cream getting interested in core engineering is very important for our country.
I agree. You spoke about students, Professor Kamakoti. We've seen the NEET controversy. We've seen the CBSE evaluation. You've also been heading that evaluation, the digital evaluation that happened, and you were heading the expert technical team. How do we build technologies that Indians and students can trust?
Yeah, so as a country, there is a lot of trust in us. Whatever technology that we are using currently, there are a lot of things that we have got from the external world. And of course, there were certain issues that we had seen, but we have recovered from that, and it's a lesson that all of us have learned. And then, thanks, yesterday NEET was conducted very nicely, and the CBSE also released the re-evaluation results and stuff like that. We are heading towards what I can say from an outsider. I'm not part of CBSE nor the NEET, but as a director of an institution, I can say that we are moving towards transparency. And as we move towards transparency, new things that we explore. As Mr. Goyal also very nicely mentioned, we must take risk, and we have taken risk. And I think we are surely going to build our own indigenous sovereign software. Sovereignty is very, very important. So what is so disturbing today is that there are certain tools which can basically, find out vulnerabilities in software. And those are not given to us. And there are softwares which are having these vulnerabilities, and those are given to us. And when we ban them, people have hue and gray, right? So this is very, very, I look at it from an outsider, when you have philosophical view, it's very amusing, right? So these are something which we need to, and this is where, as a country, we need to build sovereign software. I'm very, very happy today that, a fitting reply to LLMs, that whether India can build or not. Sarvam AI, our own company, Pratyush is our alumnus. He is, from our institute. He was working in our institute. Today they have raised $300 million, right? $300 million. And I'm also very happy, again, adding to what Mr. Goyal told, that 150 million was invested by an Indian contributor. HCL Technology has put 150 million. So it's more an Indian company. So these are some things which are going to bring sovereign software, and I'm sure we will build a very trusted system. But the trust will come from sovereignty. If you are going to get black boxes which we don't know what is happening inside, we are always at the mercy of others.
I think that's important. And Professor Kamakoti, then the next question. You've often said students need to be very clear about what they want. The parents don't need to pressure them. You've spoken about the democratization of the education system through Swayam. What is your message to students and to the parents? There's extreme stress and they're always examination driven.
See, I failed in JEE. I became director of IIT Madras. Much more, I also became the chairman of the JEE, which I failed. So one examination doesn't matter. This I've been repeatedly telling. And I have see, failing in JEE is nothing. That time the chemistry was so tough. Probably the Nobel laureate in chemistry would have scored 50 out of 100. Okay, I don't know, right? So it's no big deal. See, the whole thing comes because there is some trust given on the kid saying, you must get into IIT, you must get into this, you must become an engineer. I think there are a lot of other fields where, people excel. Right? So, and people can do wonders in this. So always, with again, bended knees and folded arms, I keep on telling, I've been part of this offline counseling, which I did from 2001 to 2015, 2012, till things became online. Right? And I see, the person who comes and asks me about what the kid should do, or the parents, the kid is some 1 acre away, they doesn't come nearby. So I think this is very, very important. It's much important today that kids must be allowed to do what they want. Parents must spend time to find out what they want and then push, guide them. So parent must be like a guidance. The kid must, if you go to my old Mahabalipuram road, it says Pondicherry 167 kilometers. That placard will not come with you. You have to drive your car. Kids must drive the car. Parents must be placards. This is my simple analogy.
That's a good lesson. I move focus to the AI Summit, Professor Kamakoti. There's a lot of data sharing that's happening. How do we protect critical data while leveraging AI?
Right. So data is very, very important. Data is the next oil. We have been repeating it for quite some time, and we have come to a stage where we have the data. And that's why a lot of interest in India also comes. So when we sit across the table, what is it that I can negotiate? As I mentioned in one of Arnab's interview, during the AI Summit, we are the largest producer of data, we are the largest consumer of AI. Right? Because we have 100 crore mobile phone, and every mobile phone will have at least a couple of AI-driven applications. Right? So one of the things that slowly there is a conscious attempt, right, even among the general public, that their data, their credentials are important. We can't just throw it away. Right? So that awareness is very, very important. Of course, during the AI Summit, there are a lot of sharing that had happened, a lot of policies that are coming up, and it will evolve. Because what we saw in AI yesterday is not today, and what we are seeing today will not be tomorrow. It's always growing. There's a very famous theory is what you have already achieved is not AI. Right? So AI is growing. So playing chess was a great thing. Now playing chess is a child's play. Actually, there are many, many other things that have come in AI today. So this rules, the PDPR and other things that are going to come will be changing, but we will keep adapting. But as a country, we must have complete grip over our data and see that, we really take that as a very important USP for our country.
Absolutely. You're being conferred and have been conferred with the Padma Shri. A huge congratulations for that, sir. As someone who understands this, 100 years from now, 100 years have gone to independence, possibly by 2047. What is the one headline you would like to see during Viksit Bharat?
I would like to, one thing that in technology, being in the technology side, we must be a technology superpower. I think that's a very, very important message that we give, because we are now driven by technology. Every institution today, be it legal, courts, banks, anything that today we are driven by technology. That technology superpower must be one single statement which we would like to see. Many other people would like to see many other things. As a director of an IIT, I would like to see India to be a technology superpower.
That would be the best thing for India in 2047. Professor Kamakoti, I thank you for being with us and for your infectious smile, as Arnab had said. Thank you, sir.
We're really proud that we have you here. Thank you so much, sir, for all that you do. We also have one more component.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Moharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air, and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort. And today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this? Why should we accept this provocation? Look at the visuals very clearly and ask for sensitivity here. Is there some signaling some people are trying to do? And what is the way these people should be dealt with, who talk like that, who do these kind of things? If this is an attempt at trying to project a mindset of conflict and combat in our society, where is the rule of law? Is the messaging that they're ready for strife or wanting to create conflict, terrorism in society? Viewers, if you remember the visuals of all the people injured and dead after the Red Fort blast, I want to ask this country tonight whether we will be open to debating these things, or whether we should brush this under the carpet. I say we should not. We should collectively condemn attempts at celebrating terrorism directly or indirectly with acts like this one. We will have to talk about it. By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was.
प्यास बुझाई ठंडक लाई सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first
that
note,
point, yeah.
first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up, and I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert.
No,
absolutely true.
slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzis.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, Republic School of Journalism, India's most sought-after live learning program, has opened its applications for its 2026 batch. Now, RSJ was launched with a single mission to train the next generation of journalists, not in classrooms but on the field live as the news breaks, covering elections, wars and the biggest stories of our times under the direct mentorship of India's best journalists at Republic Media Network. And the results speak for themselves. 100% of our students from RSJ's inaugural batch are now placed working in newsrooms. The new batch now begins this August, and aspiring journalists can apply online at www.republicschoolofjournalism.com or call on the number given below to know more. And now let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking on Republic TV at this hour. Republic breaks agenda-setting story from Pakistan. LET terrorists spotted at the funeral of Shoaib Akhtar's brother. Republic sets the national news agenda as all networks now follow Republic news break on Shoaib's terror link. TVK minister at the center of drug controversy. Vijay government's Minister Sarathkumar seen crushing white powder in a viral video. Accused Sia's parents now questioned by police over Ketan Agrawal's murder case after Sia's brother also recorded his statement yesterday. US, Israel and Lebanon sign a trilateral deal after 5 rounds of negotiations to ease tensions on the Lebanon border. Welcome viewers, and our top focus at this hour as Republic breaks the story exposing the deep nexus that exists between Pakistan's civil society and the terror groups. Now, the funeral of former Pakistani cricketer, fast bowler, in fact, Shoaib Akhtar's brother in Islamabad has now drawn significant attention after Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists was spotted at the ceremony. Now, Republic's super exclusive video shows how several LET terrorists were present at the funeral and seen standing next to Shoaib Akhtar. One of the terrorists, Inamur Rahman, who is the president of PMML Islamabad, was also present at the brothers' funeral, who has links with the mastermind of Pahalgam terror attacks, Saifullah Kasuri. And apart from him, there were several others who were also present, including Abdullah Tur, who's the Deputy General Secretary of PMML, Hafiz Umar, who's the Zonal Secretary of PMML, and also Amjad Bhatti, who's the Chairman of Khidmat Committee. So these are several of the LET terrorists which were present at the funeral ceremony, as you can see on your screen. In fact, one of the main terrorist who was spotted was Inamur Rahman, the same guy who's been spotted multiple times with the mastermind of Pahalgam attack as well. Saifullah Kasuri, as you can see on your screen, the same guy who's been spotted at multiple locations on this terror attack. And this is the big story that we're breaking at this hour, showing you that how Pakistan continues to give patronage to these terrorists who continue to roam freely, attend public events. And this nexus that exists between the terror groups and the civil society goes beyond military, goes beyond the administration, goes beyond the polity, to even include the influential and the wealthy in Pakistan. Here on your screen, the main cricketer, in fact, the former cricketer is Shoaib Akhtar. It is at the funeral of his brother, and this is where you can see Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists seen standing next to him, openly attending public events in Pakistan, showing that how Islamabad does not just give a patronage to these terrorists, but also openly allows them to attend these events openly. In fact, joining us to decode these developments is Sambaran Banerjee, cricketer and former national selector. And also joining us with him is Rakesh Rao, a senior sports journalist. Thank you to both of you, in fact, for joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Banerjee, first coming to you. Now, these visuals that Republic is breaking at the moment expose that the terror network in Pakistan goes beyond polity, goes beyond the administration, goes beyond army, and even includes a sports personality. And here in question is Shoaib Akhtar. How do you look at these developments, sir? Sir, I think you're on mute. Could you please unmute yourself? All right, in fact, we'll try and fix the audio of Mr. Banerjee, but Mr. Rakesh Rao is also with us. Taking the same question to you, Mr. Rao, how do you look at these visuals that Republic is breaking at the moment, exposing the terror network that also exists between the cricketers of Pakistan and the terror outfits?
For me, it is only a reinforcement of something which India has maintained for a very long time. Pakistan has perpetually remained on a denial mode, and of course, pictures don't lie. And these are not AI, generated, any kind of, AI is not being used here. So nobody can, tomorrow turn around and say that, no, you are showing pictures which have been morphed and stuff like that. These are, straight visuals from a family that has been mourning. And just imagine, grief has united two elements here, a cricketer's family and the people whom India has been naming out in the open, out at various international platforms. They've been saying that Pakistan has been harboring, people who are anti-India, and they have been creating nuisance in India. They've been taking lives. They've been the ones, who, and of course, they've been backed by the Pakistan national government. We have been saying that ISI is involved, the various, groups which have been banned by the US, but the country has faced sanctions and stuff like that. But these people are out there in the open. So that also shows that it may not be through the expressed consent of Pakistan, but definitely, a kind of connivance that the world can see that here is the Pakistan government which allows people who are on that list where we say that these are wanted people around the world, and PMML has been the face. That has just been the political wing of a group which has been linked to a lot of activities which are against humanity. So this is out there in the open, and this is just one more proof. And talking about a cricketer's link, I think we have the most illustrated example has been the one with Javed Miandad being the Samdhi of none other than Javed somebody like Dawood Ibrahim. So they have no qualms about being seen with people who are considered anti-humanity.
They have no qualms. They, in fact, wear this as a proud badge of honor, in fact, that they have links with such people. But how do you respond to those proponents which say that it's only as one section of people in Pakistan who are linked to terror activities? It is not a deep network that exists in the society. Proponents that cricket can go together, while Indian government clearly says that terror and talks cannot go together. But there are several sections of people who say, but, we can play cricket with Pakistan. How do you respond to those people then?
See, I'll actually divide it into two parts here. One, I think at the very offset, we should not be playing cricket, whether it's at an international platform or in an international tournament. No means no. As simple as that. You can't be saying, no, international commitments have to be honored. I don't think so. There are countries which have taken a stand that we are not going to take part or shake hands with people from another country who are deemed to be or expressively enemy country. Now you look at, Arab countries with Israel, they don't even shake hands with them.
Right.
I have seen examples over a chessboard. Forget about contact sports. Here is a chess game, one Iranian just decides to give up his match in a world championship, a world junior match. He goes back to his country and the premier of his country honors him in public. That you said no to an Arab. So what I'm trying to say here is no to an Israeli. So what I'm trying to say here is that there are countries who have gone ahead and without making any compromises. And number two, to just illustrate, to just answer your question right now, I'm saying that group of Aman Ki Asha, I think that's the same old group which has been talking about taking a very secular outlook, but you can't be blind. You can't be blind. You have to understand one thing. You can have a snake as a pet, but don't forget it will bite. It will never forget to bite.
Correct.
So don't even go there. I'm saying you just have one single line agenda. No ties with Pakistan. Pakistan needs you more than we need Pakistan on an international platform, be it sports or culture or art or whatever that you call. Stay away from them. It is declared, it is seen. Don't turn a blind eye to this.
Right, Mr. Rao, I agree with you 100%. And in fact, Samarin Banerjee is also back with us for the conversation. Mr. Banerjee, I want to ask you, when a former cricketer like Shoaib Akhtar is seen standing next to the killers of Indians, how do you interpret this? You know, these are visuals of Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists standing next to Shoaib Akhtar. And then you have a section of people who continue to say that, you know, we can play cricket with Pakistan. It's only one section of people who continues to propagate terror activities. Then how do you respond to these visuals and how do you interpret these?
This is very, very unfortunate in the cricketing world. Not only cricketing world, in sports world. I'm agree with the gentleman who was speaking. No, not only cricket. No sports against Pakistan we should play at the moment. Nothing doing. You see these incidents, 12th brother. I know one more thing also. Javed Mehta, former Pakistani captain and one of the best batsmen, his son got married to the Dawood Ibrahim daughter in the Dubai. So some other link, we cannot play, not even carom board or table tennis or badminton, no game, even cricket, football or anything. So we should not play any sport to play against Pakistan. And after this Pahalgaon incident, it was really, I think, there is a shake-hand problem. You know, after India is playing Pakistan in cricket match, there was a shake-hand problem. I agree. We don't handshake with the Pakistani cricketers.
Right.
So don't believe them. I'm absolutely, totally against Pakistan.
All right, Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Rao, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your inputs on these big visuals, a big story that we're breaking at the moment, exposing how the nexus continues to exist between a civil society and the terror outfits in Pakistan. Thanks so much, sir. And now, viewers, with that, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up after this break, TVK Minister finds himself at the center of a drug controversy. Vijay Government Minister Sarathkumar seen crushing white powder in a viral video. Getting you all the updates on that on the other side.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert. No, absolutely true.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age, but some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now, to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol on pictures of Sikh gurus. And that's the original video. Today, for some strange reason, Bhagwant Mann has come out with his own video. And God knows where he's got this actor from. It seems he's got an actor who's shown in doing some of the same kind of things. And then he's saying that this person in the video is not me. Hello, wake up, Bhagwant Mann, wake up. This is your own video. You made this video. This is the stupidest thing anyone can do. To hire an actor, try to recreate the original visual, which you deny, and claim that the visual in the video which you have made is not you. Of course it's not you. Bhagwant Mann, let's not be foolish here. You got an actor to do this. And now you're saying the actor has a silicone gel put on him. But where the hell did this video come from, Bhagwant Mann? Are you stinging yourself? Are you being so foolish, so stupid that you've done a sting operation on yourself? Or is it that you hired an actor, Bhagwant Mann, that you hired an actor to do this enactment to deny it was you? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if the Chief Minister is...
A shocking development coming in from Pakistan, where Lashkar terrorists were spotted at the funeral of famous cricketer, that is Shoaib Akhtar. Akhtar's brother's funeral.
These terror groups, but also the influential people, the powerful people in Pakistan continue to work hand in gloves with these terror leaders. As you can see, several Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists were spotted at cricketer Shoaib Akhtar's brother funeral.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert.
No,
absolutely true.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat. Always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Moharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast, and the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort. And today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this? Why should we accept this provocation? Look at the visuals very clearly and ask for sensitivity here. Is there some signaling some people are trying to do? And what is the way these people should be dealt with who talk like that, who do these kind of things? If this is an attempt at trying to project a mindset of conflict and combat in our society, where is the rule of law? Is the messaging that they're ready for strife or wanting to create conflict, terrorism in society? Viewers, if you remember the visuals of all the people injured and dead after the Red Fort blast, I want to ask this country tonight whether we will be open to debating these things or whether we should brush this under the carpet. I say we should not. We should collectively condemn attempts at celebrating terrorism directly or indirectly with acts like this one, we will have to talk about it. By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ. You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? No, if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age.
Our next speaker is a visionary who has challenged traditional models of innovation and shown the world that world-class technology can emerge from India's towns and villages just as powerfully as from cities. From Silicon Valley to the villages of India, his journey has redefined what is possible. Let's take a look.
True tech sovereignty cannot be borrowed, and it cannot be bought with quick venture capital exits. It must be first built from unblemished and uncompromised principles.
Too often today, we are looking at it as what's in it for me right now, short term, all of this. That's not the mindset that builds the greatest companies. Even if you want to build the greatest technology company, even in Silicon Valley, just looking at it short term never helps. You have to have the persistence, you have to stay the course, and the conviction to stay the course. What is our conviction? The conviction is we can build all of this here, and we need to build all of this here.
Rejecting Silicon Valley, this maverick technologist anchored a global enterprise exactly where India's raw demographic dividend is born.
If you look at globally, the talent pool that is waiting to be tapped, that's in India, primarily rural Bharat. That's where I would say perhaps the biggest untapped global pool of talent resides right now.
He is a masterclass in dharmic capitalism. While others ran low-risk service firms, he engineered deep intellectual property.
So many things. The investment in is long-term R&D, all of it. That's one. The second, also in the villages, I see a lot of, for example, educational needs. We want to run rural clinics. We want to run skill development programs. All of that obviously need money. So money has a purpose. To me, that linking these two, that is dharmic capitalism.
by backing patient engineering with a fiercely protective Swadeshi spirit, he has scaled an elite software ecosystem that actively goes toe-to-toe with the world's largest legacy tech monopolies.
It's all our investment thesis is companies that have a long gestation period in R&D, people who need that backing, people who are hardcore engineers, all with a nationalistic spirit that we have to do this in India, we have to show that we can do this in India.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the co-founder and chief scientist of Zoho Corp and a fierce nationalist, Dr. Sridhar Vembu.
May I invite the co-founder and chief scientist of Zoho Corp, Sridhar Vembu, together with senior executive editor of Republic, Abhishek Kapoor, to discuss building tech on India's terms.
Thank you, Rini. Welcome back, friends, or welcome back, Mr. Vembu. In fact, we had you earlier giving a keynote in one of our summits.
Yeah.
And since then, a lot of water down the Yamuna in New Delhi, and we were looking to welcome you back. And, since your last session, a lot has changed in terms of how technology has evolved. Last 2 years, in fact, have seen evolution of technology, which is being equated to perhaps the invention of electricity and the invention of wheel. If you look at the development that have taken place in artificial intelligence. Friends, we have with us someone who's described as a dharmic capitalist, a nationalist entrepreneur, someone who does not pull punches when it comes to taking positions. And we will, try to understand what goes into the making of Mr. Sridhar Vembu. And sir, my first question, you set up base in Tenkasi and not Chennai or Bengaluru or Hyderabad. That's where I believe the journey begins. What was in your mind when you decided it's not going to be Bengaluru but Tenkasi?
Yeah. So ours is a talent business primarily. Essentially all our assets walk out the door every evening. The buildings, the computers, those are not as valuable, of course. These days the memory prices have gone up a lot, but still the human talent is the only thing we really have in our business. So, and we live in today it's obvious to everyone that the demographic crisis is already upon urban India. I think if you look at Delhi demographics, it's probably Japanese levels right now, or Korean levels. We are raised to the bottom. If you come to rural India, the demographics still they're having 2 kids. They're not having 5 kids, but at least 2 kids. So if you want youthful talent, rural areas is where it's coming from. It is also true if you see a talent pool in Bangalore today or in Chennai, 70-80% of it would be coming from other surrounding districts, rural India. It's not really born in Bangalore or Chennai. So why not go to the source? So that's, if you see a fundamental reason, that's one of the reasons. The second is, of course, the overcrowding. We are talking about urban problems. So how do we solve our urban problems? So we have to decongest our cities. Our type of business is an easy one to move. We don't require very big highways and all of that first. Those can come later after we develop. But we need only fiber optic cable. Those are easy to string. Actually, when I moved to my village, we only had, at that time, 3G connection, then 4G. Now we have 2 fiber optic connections. The roads are so-so, but the fiber optics is good. So that's what is most important. But you have to invest in talent training, and we do that. We essentially have a school running, equivalent of a college, skill development, all of that. Those then keep the talent pipeline ready for us.
That also shows the kind of trust you have in the talent pool that's there. But is it, you mentioned you have your own school where you train them, but is it also a reflection of the fact that young India is a talented India? They're raring to go. They just need some shepherding, and then you can groom them in whichever direction you want to.
Yeah, I can speak from my own experience. On a day-to-day basis, in fact, I'm constantly texting my team. I work with about 35 people in a particular R&D team. That's my own team. I mean, daily I work with the programmers. All of them drawn from surrounding villages, surrounding towns, and really top-notch talent. I'm actually quite happy with the talent pool. We are doing some really cutting-edge software in this. So this talent, this entire thing is built in Tenkasi. I'm leading the team, but the team is all drawn locally. So we have lots of such examples. I mean, I'm just giving you one example from my personal experience. And we also have nearby a different office where we have technology. For example, one thing that take our databases that run hold your data, structured databases. That kind of stuff is very hard to run on GPUs. They run on CPUs. We have the technology to run them on GPUs. Of course, it's not as useful today because GPUs became very expensive. This research was done before GPUs took off due to AI. But making the database run on GPU is very hard technical challenge. This was done in, again, one of our rural centers. So I'm just giving you examples of, these are problems that Silicon Valley companies, it would be difficult challenges to attempt. And we are doing them in rural India.
Yeah, you're talking about a challenge which is actually a national challenge.
Yeah.
It's not just Zoho's challenge or Sridhar Vembu's challenge. So, recently there was this row, and I believe you joined in, but we want a bit of an elaboration on that. One of other contemporaries of yours in terms of tech enterprise, Mr. Mohandas Pai, and he's a well-wisher of our network. He sort of inadvertently landed himself in a controversy when he made a comment about India's AI mission and that the government should add in more resources. It was seen as a failure of the existing IT software industry wherein they did not foresee perhaps the AI challenge coming as it has shaped up over the last just couple of years. Do you find yourself on Mr. Pai's side when he said that no, this is not the case and that the government should do more? Or do you find on the side of the critiques who say that maybe the software industry should have seen it coming?
Yeah. I'm going to say in general, our private sector should invest much more in R&D. As a nation, we are only investing 0.6, 0.7% of GDP in R&D. We have to lift that up by 5-fold, maybe 10-fold, and to really get all of the technologies we need. So it's going to require a massive investment in R&D. But it has to be done mostly in the private sector. I don't believe it should be done by the government, except the government maybe can supplement, maybe can fund basic R&D. In this, I want to distinguish two separate things now. First, this multi-trillion-dollar data center bet that's going on. That's really not R&D. That's a kind of a investment land grab. That's the best way to put it. It's like before anybody else conquers this industry, we want to be leaders, we want to seal it shut, we want to own it. That's what is going on. The research part of it is actually not that expensive. You can build models for a lot smaller amounts of money, few $100 million, all of that. That India is doing, should be doing, both private sector efforts, like Sarvam is a good example, Zoho itself is investing in it, and as well as in the government-supported effort, BharatJan, headed by IIT Bombay, is a very good one. Actually, the government has funded it more than 1,000 crores, and that's with top-flight researchers working on it. These are people, PhDs, who actually have spent a lot of time in the US, they have come back, so top-notch people. And the talent is working in India for initiatives like BharatJan. So that is happening and that is funded by the government, it is happening. What is different is, are we going to put in this $200 billion to build out data centers? The government should or somebody should. That I don't think anybody, private sector or public sector, can afford to do it at this point. We have to play a little bit of a smarter game. The Chinese are playing it. Build a lot of these smaller models, focus on contextual. A good example, when you go on the Digi Yatra, it recognizes your face and lets you in. That's a kind of a small AI. Okay, this is not a big ticket AI. Those are very contextual, small applications we can do. Similarly, in healthcare, in education, a lot of these things can be done. These things are not going to cost us $100 billion. These can be done for $10 million, $20 million, $50 million. That's the R&D we should be funding. So that's my take.
So you have given me more than a couple of follow-up questions from your answer. So first is, did you say that data centers are investment land grab or equivalent of that?
Yes.
Because we had Nara Lokesh a while back batting for it. There is a controversy, big controversy in the United States about whether data centers are really that efficient way of going about this sector.
See, the American tech industry is making a big bet. Except, notice that one company is notably absent from it, Apple. Apple is not investing in these 100 billion, 200 billion data centers. Google has been, Microsoft has been, and all the other guys, Facebook has been, Meta. All of them are investing, but actually Apple is not investing. I would side with Apple on this. Apple is doing a lot of R&D on what they call Edge AI, AI that could go into your laptops. Apple makes the best laptops today, including for AI, running AI models on your local machine. What they are not investing is in the big data center AI, but at least the data center investments. I think that's a smart strategy. They don't want to, overspend their money. While the other guys, it's a shocking. See, Google, Microsoft, Meta, all these companies are insanely profitable. But the last couple of years, they have spent much more than their profit in capex. In fact, Oracle is a good example. Oracle makes about $60 billion annual revenue. Their capex this year would be about $92 billion. I mean, it should be considered by any finance or investment professional as completely insane. A mature company doing 60 billion revenue, maybe about 18 billion profit, spending 92 billion in capex. That's a land grab, right? What do they believe? They believe that it's a winner take all. If you don't have the data center, you're not going to win this. Well, I beg to differ on that. So,
right. Yeah. So in a way, all the IPOs, the AI related IPOs that are coming in and have come in, have sucked up the capital, global capital into the United States, and it's a debate whether it has created an AI bubble. What you are seeing or suggesting is that for India, you can work it to your advantage where you're not making those kind of investments, but actually working on applications or technology or software which is AI enabled, which uses AI or harnesses the power of AI. And those kind of investments you can make, but not the kind of investments which the United States is making.
Small models to power those apps. Even the models we can build. It is just that not the big models, what makes the headlines, but the small models that are powering everyday users. Like this particular interview can be carried in all our Indian languages. That does not require LLMs. That requires only small models. It can be done very cheaply. For example, this entire 30-minute segment, it could be translated in all the languages, maybe for the equivalent of 300 rupees, 500 rupees. That's cheap, right? That can be done with technology today. That's the kind of R&D we should be doing, we are doing. But this is different from the $200 billion investment R&D.
But one would say this is like making virtue out of necessity because we don't have options. Maybe we don't have that kind of talent pool also.
Well, Apple is not doing it. They do have the money. They're not doing it. The Chinese could do it. The Chinese could chase a $500 billion investment thesis. They are not doing it. So maybe some of the smart money is staying out. So that's also an indication. In other words, see, you have to look at it. There's a technology aspect. There's an investment bubble aspect. We have had a dot-com bubble. We had a telecom bubble. All of these. So the American economy is very prone to bubbles. Since I lived there 30 years, I observed these bubbles firsthand. During 2000, when we reached 10 million revenue, the next year the bubble burst. We lost about 90% of the customers we had went out of business at that point. 90% of the customers went out of business. We were frontally exposed. So we have seen firsthand what can happen in these bubbles. Silicon Valley became a ghost town during a 2001, 2, 3 time frame. And so it is actually, those of us who remember the history are telling now that very similar things are happening right now. And of course, they'll say it's different this time. Those are the famous words in finance. It's different this time. So,
But sir, as a Swadeshi evangelist or a tech evangelist who bats for Swadeshi, how do you see your position that maybe when it comes to those larger models, bigger models, LLMs, we should look at the Chinese open source models vis-a-vis the American ones?
Yeah.
That's a position you've taken. That
we should use the Chinese models. We can build on it. We can adapt them to our own needs. They've given it openly. In other words, when you run it in our own data centers, we put our own safeguards around it. The data doesn't leave. It's ours. They're giving away the weights. The weights could have biases, political biases. We can actually undo those biases. It's possible to do what they call reinforcement learning steps on top, or they call it SFT, specific fine tuning, after the model is released, to undo their biases, put our own biases. So it's possible to do that. So,
in fact, before this latest round of Anthropic controversy that spanned out with the American government stopping all use of Anthropic and Fable, one would have said that maybe you are taking an anti-American position. But what has happened in the case of Anthropic and Fable actually proves the point that we in India need to have our own LLMs and not even depend on Chinese for that matter. How far are we, you think, from having our own dependable tech sovereign LLM?
Yeah. So I'll actually broaden the point a little bit because this point is a little narrow. The primary financial investment in LLMs is because of their software code generation. That's the reason Anthropic overtook OpenAI, even Gemini. OpenAI and Gemini focused on all of the use cases. They will generate Ghibli images, they'll generate videos for you, all that. Anthropic focused on only one thing, software code generation. That is the most lucrative by far, maybe 100 times more valuable than anything else. So that's the model. So their code generation. My assertion, and this is actually some other people are starting to agree right now, that software that is aimed at software productivity, how to make the software programmer much more productive. Or to say it differently, many companies will want to eliminate a lot of programming jobs because they are costly. That's the objective with which the investment is carried right now. My point is there are much more data center efficient, energy efficient way to improve programmer productivity. Just 2 days ago, there was news about Pramana Labs, with Vinod Khosla had invested, and that's actually from IIT Madras, a lot of the tech. They have come up with a technology to do what they call verifiable code from LLMs. In fact, we have been investing in that exact area, what is called formal verification of code. These things can actually produce verifiable, reliable engineering systems at a lot lower cost. As an example, with something like our systems, you don't need the big LLM, you can do with cheap models, low-end models. So you combine the low-end model with software code like this, you can achieve equivalent results to whatever Anthropic has at a much lower cost. In other words, what I'm saying is there are much smarter ways to do these things, and we should not just simply obsess about LLM, trillion parameter model, all of that, because it's money, and it's not sour grapes on my part. If I had $100 billion, I would not put it in this. I would do something else. I would not put on this LLM right now. I would seek a smarter way to do this.
So you're saying we might have missed the AI bus, but we can catch up?
No, I am not saying we missed the bus at all. I'm saying that we are staying current on the important the cases that are appearing. There is a different problem. This is a different challenge. This is not really the LLM, all of this related. What all of these productivity technologies are going to do to jobs? That is a completely different problem. Whether Anthropic solves the problem, whether Pramana solves the problem, or whether we solve the problem, whoever solves the problem, software productivity is going to sharply rise. You're talking about 10-fold, 50-fold kind of increases in software productivity, or legal productivity, or accounting productivity, for example. Then, unless demand in that industry goes up 10x, in other words, if we can produce with the same programmers 10 times the amount of software, is software demand going to go up 10-fold? If it does not, what happens to jobs? That question is independent of the multi-trillion-dollar investments. Will software development productivity go up that much? I believe it will. B, if it goes up, will the market absorb all of the productivity we can do? And the analogy I always give is, we all have more clothes than we know what to do with. But weavers, there are no weaving jobs anymore. All of them are highly automated because all these clothes are pouring out of automated mills right now. Spinning, weaving, all of that. Only garmenting remains. Even garmenting, they are automating more and more. Robotic, tailoring, all that. That is what is coming. So in a way, I say, a software programmer is weaving together code by hand. And powerful machine looms are coming. The Claude is one kind of machine loom, but not the only kind of machine looms. Other machine looms are possible that are cheaper. But the effect of the machine loom is what I'm talking about. That is a different challenge. Once a machine loom appears, the software productivity is massively higher. What happens to jobs? This is a problem for India, of course, because of our massive IT industry, but for everyone else too. So that's a challenge.
It's a challenge. And is AI a challenge in terms of, it's a challenge, of course, for every aspect of humanity, but specifically for IT and software, is it an existential challenge for software?
It can be. It can be even for a company like us. Because if software code can be produced that cheap, why should anybody have to pay for software? That's a valid question, right? Can it happen? So those are the questions that companies like us have to answer. Then where is the source of value? Where do we go? These are the questions. So.
Mr. Vembu, you are an entrepreneur or tech entrepreneur at that, who does not mind, who does not pull his punches. So, typically if you speak to corporate leaders, they would be restrained. They would talk about GDP and fiscal. It's good. It's nice. We're going forward, looking good. But you don't pull punches. You have taken a position, for example, on the Bengal results. You have said that the coming of BJP is good for Bengal. I mean, as a businessman, what makes you say these kind of things? Specifically in the case of Bengal, why you think that the change of government is good?
Arnab, I'm sure you planted the question.
That came as a googly.
You want me in more trouble than I'm already in, right? With all this. So, look, I have been in this for I've witnessed this 25 years in our country. And from a childhood, I remember what was in our country, right? I grew up in the 80s. I went to IIT in 1985, IIT Madras, all of this. I distinctly remember headlines about Punjab, about Kashmir, about Naxalites, about Assam. All of these places were burning. Every single day headlines. You cannot escape. There'll be a headline about how some rural bus was stopped and so many people were shot to death. This was headlines in our country in Go. I mean, you can verify it as a journalist, all of what I'm saying, right? I distinctly remember all this as a teenager, as in high school, all of in IIT, all of that. We don't have those headlines today, right? And then Article 350, how many governments were dismissed? Practically every 3 months, a state government will be dismissed in India. When have we last seen this? So these are all real progress our country has made. Even in Bengal, even a widely hated government, as it turns out, it lasted the full term. Nobody dismissed them. It was democratically voted out. And so I think we have to appreciate all of these, and this is why I say this openly, because these are real changes that have happened in our country. Objectively, you can see it, what the headlines were and what they are now. See, we get to have this debate. Are we falling behind in AI? In 80s, that was not the debate. Are we going to exist as a nation together? That was the debate. Are we going to split apart? That was the debate at that time. So I think we get to have good discussions like this. Are we behind in AI? Are software jobs going to last? I think these are good problems to debate. I'm glad that we are debating these problems and not existential problems like do we have a nation? So I think we have to appreciate how far we have come. That's why I appreciate our Prime Minister and all of the existing dispensation, because this is how far we have come.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vembu. It's a rarity for a capitalist, for an entrepreneur to be taking these kind of clear political positions, and I think you need to commend him for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Vembu.
Thank you.
Abhishek, please do us the honors of presenting Mr. Vembu with small tokens. Ladies and gentlemen, Sridhar Vembu, Abhishek.
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ. You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzis.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then?
No,
if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita. The Republic School of Journalism, which is India's most sought-after life learning program, have now opened applications for its 2026 batch. RSJ was launched with a single mission to train the next generation of journalists, not in classrooms, but on the field, live as news breaks, covering elections, wars, and the biggest stories of our times under the mentorship of India's best journalists at the Republic Media Network. And the results speak for themselves. 100% of students from RSJ's inaugural batch are now placed working in newsrooms. The new batch now begins this August. And aspiring journalists can apply online now at www.republicschoolofjournalism.com or call 836-999-5400 to know more. But first, a quick check at the headlines now. Republic breaks agenda-setting story from Pakistan. LET terrorists spotted at the funeral of Shoaib Akhtar's brother. Republic sets the national news agenda as all networks now follow Republic news break on Shoaib Akhtar's Lashkar link. TVK minister at the center of drug controversy. Vijay government minister Sarathkumar seen crushing white powder in a viral video. Major developments now coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Seychelles for a 3-day visit. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Victoria in Seychelles for a historic 3-day state visit from the 27th of June to 29, 2026. And he was received at the Seychelles International Airport by Seychelles President Dr. Patrick Hermani, along with cabinet ministers and senior dignitaries who welcomed him with a ceremonial guard of honor. And also the Prime Minister is set to attend Seychelles National Day as the guest of honor. A big welcome being prepared for the Indian Prime Minister. He was received by the Seychelles President Dr. Patrick Hermani, and this is his second visit in Seychelles after over 10 years. And now, viewers, we have another major story. This related with the Red Fort blast that happened. Now, the National Investigation Agency has filed a supplementary charge sheet against 3 more accused in the November 2025 car bomb blast near Red Fort in Delhi, which killed 11 people. The NIA has now named Zamir Ahmad Ahangar, Tufail Ahmad Bhatt, and Muzaffar Ahmad alias Faras as the 3 more accused. Now, all 3 of them are residents of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, with this, the total number of charge-sheeted accused in the case has risen to 13, including the main accused, Dr. Umar Un-Nabi, who died in the blast. Now, absconding accused Muzaffar Ahmad, he is a qualified pediatrician, has been identified as the elder brother of co-accused Dr. Adil Ahmad, and a founding member of an Al-Qaeda-linked outfit as well. With this, the latest number has now risen to 13. Now I'm joined by my colleague Saurav who has more updates on this. Saurav, this is a big breakthrough. The NIA investigation has now named 3 more in this, and one of them is still absconding as we are getting more on this. Tell us more into these details. With this, the number has now risen to 13 accused, and one of them has already been killed in the bomb blast that happened in 2025. Tell us more on this, Saurav.
Yes, Amrita, this is the major breaking news which we are fetching for our viewers, that a total of 3 more accused have been named in the supplementary charge sheet filed by the NIA in the November 10th Red Fort car blast case. And now all the 3 accused names are, first is Muzaffar, who is also known as by Fazar, and the other 2 accused names are Tofil Ahmad Bhatt and Zamir Ahmad Ahangar. These 3 accused have been named by the NIA in the charge sheet, and Muzaffar is still absconding, and a non-bailable warrant has been issued by the NIA against him. I want to tell the profile of all the 3 accused in this case. First, Muzaffar, who is named in the charge sheet as one of the main accused in this case. He was the brother of Dr. Adil, who works at the Al-Falah University. He was actively involved in storing and planning this whole attack, and he is also the member of the AGUH Interim, which is a terror outfit organization which is currently banned in India, and now he is on the run. He is absconding from the authorities. However, the other 2 who are involved in this are Zamir. He is identified as an overground worker of the terror organization, and he was actively involved in procuring the arms and ammunition, along with procuring the funding for this whole operation, which, in which 15 people killed in past November.
That's right. A very big breakthrough with the investigation is ongoing. Thank you so much for all of those updates, Saurav, and we'll continue to get back to you for more updates. And now, viewers, our top focus as the Republic breaks the story exposing the deep nexus between Pakistan's civil society and the terror groups. The funeral of former Pakistani cricketer Shoaib Akhtar's brother in Islamabad has drawn significant attention after Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists were spotted at the ceremony. Republic's super exclusive video now shows several LET terrorists present at the funeral, standing next to Shoaib Akhtar. One of the terrorists, Inam-ur-Rahman. He is the president of the PMML Islamabad. He was also present at the brother's funeral. Right now, we are also joined by Chandrasekhar Luthra, who is a senior sports journalist. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, sir. And I would like your reaction to this. Shoaib Akhtar now mingling with LET terrorists and also members of the PMML at his brother's funeral. This raises a lot of red flag and has rattled many in India. This is coming after 1 year after the Pahalgam attack, where one of them, main aide of the Hafiz side, is also present at the funeral. What do you have to say about that, sir?
Well, unfortunate, I would say, because definitely for us, they are the terrorists. For us, that's a banned outfit. And if they are serious in improving cricketing relationship with India, which has been severed by both the governments, I will blame both the Indian and the Pakistan government for not playing cricket. I'm talking about the cricketing aspect. So if they are serious in resuming those relations, then these things should be avoided. But again, there are 2 ways of looking at it. They are banned by the Indian governments, or they are being wanted here. But again, in Pakistan, they are roaming free. So is it a crime there for anybody to attend the funeral? I would say probably not, and that's why they are attending. It's just a case of Hamas. Hamas for Iran is different. Hamas for Israel is different. So these are 2 ways of looking at it. But again, it's very, very unfortunate if you are talking purely on cricketing angle.
And also, sir, we have seen that in the past recent months, many cricketing events, tournaments was also shifted and also marred with such controversy, with India and Pakistan matches being fixed, refixed and changed. And in your long history of covering sports and also cricket, what would this look like in the future for sports? And again, against the backdrop of such incidents happening, and also India's taking a big stance against terrorist elements as well. And now this spilling over to sports. What do you think would look like in the future of sports, especially with cricket?
Well, again, I'm a very strong advocate of not mixing cricket with politics. But again, there are different governments, and right now the kind of government we have in India, obviously they have their own agenda. They are also against, severing this cricketing ties for the sake of other things, for getting, benefit in Indian electoral politics. So again, this the same Jai Shah has asked Surya Kumar Yadav not to shake hands, which was, to me, was a very, very bad example, set before the cricketing world. But again, the same Jai Shah, you never asked a question when he was shaking hands with the Pakistan women captain only couple of days, only 15-20 days back, and before the World Cup. And the same Anurag Thakur, who was a cabinet minister, again going to be, there are speculations, when he was sharing, he was sitting there with the Pakistani cricketers. So again, there are different standards for different people. If you ask me on the purely cricketing, terms, I would say these are all very, very unfortunate incidents. And obviously, we should resume the cricketing ties. But these kind of things obviously don't go well, don't mix well, when we talk about these things. They should have avoided these kind of things. Very unfortunate.
Right indeed. Thank you so much for your comments and insights, sir. And thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. And now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but we'll be right back with you with more stories on the other side, tracking all of the details for you. But coming up for now, in the next update after a short break, TVK Minister at the center of a drug controversy, BJ Government Minister Sarathkumar seen crushing white powder. Coming up next.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट
अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is,
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert. No, absolutely true.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now, to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol on pictures of Sikh Guru.
A shocking development coming in from Pakistan, where Lashkar terrorists were spotted at the funeral of famous cricketer, that is Shoaib Akhtar. Akhtar's brother's funeral.
These terror groups, but also the influential people, the powerful people in Pakistan continue to work hand in gloves with these terror leaders. As you can see, several Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists were spotted at cricketer Shoaib Akhtar's brother funeral.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert. No, absolutely true.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. and it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane, and there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, Le fir aage, which means, look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are two people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air, and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort. And today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this? Why should we accept this provocation? Look at the visuals very clearly and ask for sensitivity here. Is there some signaling some people are trying to do? And what is the way these people should be dealt with who talk like that, who do these kind of things? If this is an attempt at trying to project a mindset of conflict and combat in our society, where is the rule of law? Is the messaging that they are ready for strife or wanting to create conflict, terrorism in society? Viewers, if you remember the visuals of all the people injured and dead after the Red Fort blast, I want to ask this country tonight whether we will be open to debating these things or whether we should brush this under the carpet. I say we should not. We should collectively condemn attempts at celebrating terrorism directly or indirectly with acts like this one. We will have to talk about it. By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show. This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old.
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? No, if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker believes that business is not just about balance sheets, but about people, purpose, and progress. As the CEO of Gallant Group, he has built enterprises that don't just generate returns, they create livelihoods, strengthen infrastructure and power, the kind of ground-up growth that defines a truly self-reliant India. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Mayank Agarwal, CEO Gallant Group, who will be in conversation with Ishita Mitra, Principal Correspondent, Republic TV.
He started his journey from Gorakhpur, a family mill, a small unit of steel, and then he scaled it to a big steel empire spanning across states in India today. So in your journey, as a first-generation industrialist, because, you know, when we have conversations about industrialists in India, even a decade back, we used to talk about always second-generation industrialists. So as a first-generation industrialist, how would you describe your journey at a time when India is now changing from being a consumer to being a producer?
The journey, as rosy as it seems today, was not how it is today, was not how it was a decade back. There were a lot of problems, there were a lot of issues with the governance in terms of politics, in terms of bureaucracy. And anyways, the initial few steps are always the most difficult. So venturing into industry with no background and trying to build something was a challenging task. But I truly believe in India's growth story.
Prime Minister Modi talks about the growth of AI. It should be inclusive, it should be human-centric, and we should aim for sustainable development. So how can, you know, an industry like steel reinvent itself, or traditional industries at large reinvent themselves when we talk about green India, when we talk about inclusive AI?
So why just AI? I think it's broadly to do with engineering and technology as a whole. Because currently, if we see, India is more so manufacturing in various joint ventures for different companies, where we still lack our self-engineering and technology development. Like if we see, there's an Apple joint venture, Apple phones are being manufactured here. But can we recall a phone which is engineered and developed here and then manufactured here? No. So while we are progressively doing a lot of manufacturing, we need to strengthen our base on engineering and technology as a whole. And definitely today's buzzword is AI. And AI is definitely going to play a huge role because it is going to make work more efficient, more productive, less errors, and better outputs.
And Prime Minister Modi talks about Viksit Bharat goal by 2047, which is what India is also striving for. I want to understand what role can manufacturing play in achieving that goal.
So as I said earlier, manufacturing has to play the biggest role, but there are a lot of other factors also which needs to be considered if we have to grow. So as we spoke, we have to reduce our dependency on the core sectors in terms of import or self-reliance, that is defense, energy, electronics, engineering, technology. These are certain sectors where we need to improve ourselves. Besides this, I think there is one very important thing that despite a lot of push by the government also is still missing, which is skill development in our country.
Right. Very, very last short question to you, because you come from Gorakhpur, I come from Meerut, and we are looking at success stories coming from, tier 2, tier 3 cities right now. So one message that you have for anyone who's coming from a small town or tier 2, tier 3 city and is now dreaming big, any message that you have?
So in general, I would say for a young Indian, young Indians often tend to look at Silicon Valley and the dreams associated with it.
Yes.
But I think Silicon Valley or such things were created for that country when the need arose. Today, I would suggest young Indians to look into India's problem of 1.4 billion people. And if those Indians are able to crack something which is of use to 1.4 billion people, I'm sure it would be globally very well accepted and, it would be great.
All right. With that, we'll wrap this session. And thank you so much, Mr. Mayank Agarwal, for your analysis, your inputs on what exactly India's growth story is going to look like in the next 1 decade. Thanks so much.
Mr. Vijay Sharma holds 4 decades of diverse leadership roles in stainless steel sector and brings global business perspective with learnings across more than 50 countries. May I invite Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director Corporate Affairs at Jindal Stainless Limited, to share his vision for a nation of metal.
Namaskar, good afternoon, privileged, thanks, Republic Bharat. I will share my learnings on a very critical aspect, which is deterrent to our nation's aspirations and our metal to handle it. Our aspirations, we all know, Viksit Bharat by 2047, among top 3 global economies, ASAP. We are building infrastructure, highways, airports, metros, water infra, smart cities, and many more world-class. This infra construction expansion is not merely about building the things. It is about A, creating opportunities, B, improving quality of life, C, enhancing competitiveness, and ensuring prosperity for future generations. Equally important is these assets remain productive, safe, and sustainable. Sustainability is much broader. It is beyond carbon. It is based on 3 P's, 3 pillars. The foremost, of course, is people. The words which come to the mind are safe communities, quality infrastructure, health, hygiene, and quality of life. Second, planet, responsible use of resources, lower emissions, long life, and environmental stewardship. Prosperity, economic growth, productivity, life cycle, and competitiveness. The true sustainability to me is beyond carbon. When people, planet, and prosperity, they move forward together. Even UN SDGs and our own NEGs has the same focus. However, of the largest threats to this definition of sustainability is hiding in plain sight. What is this? Is it inflation? Is it water scarcity? Is it energy scarcity? Or is it even climate change? I believe it is corrosion. Most people think corrosion is just rust. Jang hi to laga hai. In reality, corrosion is a silent killer. It weakens infrastructure, reduces efficiency, increases maintenance cost, and shortens service life. It can also impact the human safety. But is it worth talking at this forum? What is the cost of corrosion? There are studies, 3 to 4% of the global GDP gets eroded because of corrosion. And in India is also around 4%. This small innocuous number of 4%, how big is it? Is it enormous? $125 billion, 12 lakh crore rupees, 12 lakh crore rupee. Ironically, this 12 lakh crore is equivalent to our this year's national infra budget. It is more than 18 times the funding under Jal Jeevan mission every year. Every year, more than 40% of the potable drinking water distributed gets wasted because of leakage. Interestingly, it is more than half of last year's GST. For us, this challenge aggravates. 11,000 kilometers of coastal line, very harsh environmental condition. It is a threat to our forthcoming blue economy aspirations also. That is why corrosion is not merely a maintenance issue, it is a national economic issue. It is also having a big impact on the society and the human lives. Perhaps people will remember 1967, Silver Bridge collapse in US, 46 lives gone, and there are many more such examples. This is a global lesson for all of us. Corrosion impacts all the 3 pillars of sustainability. It hurts people, safety risks, unreliability. It hurts planets, additional raw materials, energy, transportation, manufacturing. It also hurts prosperity, reduced productivity, increased maintenance, disrupted operations, and enormous avoidable economic losses. But there is encouraging news. Corrosion is preventable. The challenge today is not the technology, it is the mindset. We focus on the initial capex, but we ignore OPEX. We celebrate construction, but neglect preservation. This approach must change. What we must do, what India must do, I believe there are 5 priority areas to fight this war against corrosion. Number 1, create national awareness. This is such forum, I appeal to all. Number 2, adopt life cycle values instead of mailing capex. Number 3, mandate asset health audits and annual disclosures. Number 4, strengthen education, research, standards and skilling, more investments. And 5th, encourage adoption of proven solutions. Better protective systems, better materials like stainless steel, improved design, modern, predictive and monitoring technologies. It is doable. We have the metal. We have witnessed it in the last 12 years. Corrosion management is not merely an engineering responsibility, it is a national responsibility. Indeed, corrosion management is a sustainability imperative for Viksit Bharat. We are a nation of metal. We can do it. Let's do it together. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
India's journey, ladies and gentlemen, towards becoming a global defense and aerospace powerhouse is being driven by companies that are building cutting-edge technologies right here at home. Our next speaker is helping to shape that future. Please welcome Mr. Puneet Kaura, Managing Director and CEO, Samtel Avionics, along with Gesu Bharadwaj, Special Correspondent, Republic TV.
Mr. Kaura, we're delighted to have you here with us. Now, Mr. Kaura, starting first, I want to understand from you, when we talk about, private enterprises entering something so technical as defense, where do we strike the balance when it comes to intellectual property rights? Because private enterprises would want to keep their R&D, their property rights with themselves, and also would look at future exports, which are outside of the country. So is that balance, are you able to strike that, given the fact that you're producing new and new, equipment for the military inside our own country?
First of all, thank you to Republic TV to have me over to give and express my views on our sector especially. Your theme is nation builders, and I think there is no better time to talk about national security than now. Coming to your question, particularly on the IPR and the technology part, I think this is the basis of the industry that we operate in because technology is at the heart of it. But most importantly, innovation and the products that we develop in the country would always remain the main ethos for this industry. Let me take you a little bit in a perspective of what we do as far as innovation is concerned, and I think that is where the reality lies. We are right now spending less than, as a country, first of all, more than even defense, less than 0.3% of our GDP on defense, on R&D. Globally, it's ranging between 3 to 5%, and I think we certainly have a long way to go as far as innovation is concerned. Coming to intellectual property rights, there are lots of laws that protect all the companies that want to develop their own technology. There is no dearth of that. But first of all, we have to have a system in place which leads to a lot of products developed within the country. And I think we are still quite behind in terms of some of the cutting edge products that we want to sell, whether it's in the space of drones, whether what we are doing in the space of high technology electronics. We are still importing quite a bit of that. Even if we are not importing, we have some sort of partnerships where we co-develop, but when we co-develop, significant important parts of those are still coming from overseas. So we are still very dependent on overseas. Intellectual property rights, I think there are a lot of laws that protect us. We'll be able to take care of that. I would say our emphasis should go on first making sure we invent enough to have those policies being used because we still have a long way to go over there.
You know, when we look at the battlefield now, for example, take any war that's ongoing, West Asia, between Iran, Israel, and the United States, or you take Russia-Ukraine war, we see that the battlefield has drastically changed. It's shifted. It's very little about, just man-led combat. We've shifted to drones, we've shifted to automated weapons, and technology is really taking over the battlefield. In this changing spectrum, when we speak about Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-relying India, how far do you think the private enterprises, can make a difference to push this stream forward?
I think we have realized that, first of all, we know that a very large amount of effort has gone in the last 12 years to develop this sector as a strategic sector. But what happened last year after Operation Sindoor, I think the importance of this sector became even more important. It became very more relevant for even a common man. We realized that we need products which are developed in the country and we are not dependent on foreign imports for supporting our armed forces. I think coming to your particular question, I feel that we are developing a lot of technology now which is in the early stages but is going to private sector. I think you must have heard of the next generation of AMCA, the new fighter jet that will come up. This will be going to private sector consortium, and that is a beginning of the change. I think we need to understand that till we don't start trusting our private sector and bringing them in the forefront for opportunities like this, we will never realize the dream of true Atmanirbharta. We've had a very long innings of defense PSUs and supporting they've done a good job. But I think as we want to really put a mark, not only in terms of the expectations and the numbers we want to reach in our in our domestic requirements, but we also have a very ambitious plan to export and I think make in India for the world. And that is where we are still, there's a lot of ground to be covered over there. So I think that is where till we don't have enough innovation, we don't have enough products built in India, and we don't have enough of private sector playing that role, we would never be able to put a dent in the global supply chain. And I think that's the beginning. We have done a very good job in the last 10, 12 years, especially till our Honorable Prime Minister's push from his Modi 1.0 to 3.0. But I think we still have a long way to go, but we are on the right track, I must say that. Yeah.
And sir, also wanting to understand from you, how far away do you think our private enterprise is from that benchmark of exporting?
I think we have started off quite well. We are talking about exporting BrahMos to Vietnam recently. We are starting to talk about doing sales for Tejas. I think this is a good beginning. We are talking about platform sales. We are talking about systems that can be sold to different countries. I think the time couldn't have been better in my view, because we are at a crossroads where India is getting the importance for not only giving products from here, but also delivering some of those products at a global stage. And a lot of our European potential competitors are, honestly speaking, lagging behind in terms of their inflation costs and the cost to manufacture over there. They also have a lot of pressure on defense budgets being increased in the last few years. So that's where India can really play a role in addressing the exports, in the sense putting a significant role in the global supply chain around the world, Europe, US, not only what we traditionally did in terms of offsets and stuff, but also developing products. We have done some products which are, for example, we have done products for US Army, where they gave us the funding to develop the product. And we developed that for a very significant armored vehicle system. So, there are examples like this, and we can leverage on more opportunities like this for global exports.
There are few young leaders like yourself who would press on innovation. So any message that you have for the younger, sort of generation that is looking to contribute, but they don't know how to. They want to be creators, but probably that's a precedence that's not been set.
I think most important aspect in especially this industry is to have the patience. You need, it took us a while to come to where we have come. And this industry is definitely one of those which tests your patience. Products take their own time to be developed, tested. There are a lot of procedures when you go into the flight trials or the field trials, depending on your product, if it's going to the Army or the Air Force. That takes its own time, and there are iterations. The journey, and sometimes the tunnel is very dark. So if you see it from the outside, there is a lot of buzz, there's a lot of opportunity for sure, but then there are challenges. So my main kind of message would be to the younger generation who's looking to this sector, is looking towards getting into defense, technology, or looking at even satellites, which is another area we are getting into, is have a slightly longer term vision. Don't come in it for a short run. It will take time to develop systems, to establish yourself as a player, but it's a long runway. And then at the end of it, it takes off. It's an industry which, globally, it's a $700-800 billion opportunity. So it's a very, very big opportunity around the world. And I think the time couldn't be better from the geopolitical perspective for Indian companies to play a role in the global supply chain.
Right, sir. Thanks very much for that conversation. In fact, defense is an ever-evolving state, and this was just one glimpse into how it changes.
Bag Bakri is also about nation first in a way. If you see, we are a very desi brand, and we don't just contribute to manufacturing and business in India, we also export. So एक तरीके से हम मोदी जी के मिशन में हम उनके साथ हैं. So lucky to be here on the 6th edition of the Republic Summit. Thank you so much.
रिपब्लिक समिट में कैसा लग रहा है? ऐसा लग रहा है कि आपने पूरे भारत की जो निजता है, जो पूरे भारत के पेड़ रूपी फल है, वो सब आपने एक ही जगह इकट्ठे कर रखे हैं. बहुत सारे दूध का घी निकाला जाए जैसे, वैसे आपने कर रखा है. तमाम वक्ता हैं, तमाम जानकार हैं, राजनीति से लेकर उद्योग से लेकर के टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर तमाम तरीके के लोग यहाँ आए, और मैं समझता हूँ कि विकसित भारत 2047 के लिए ऐसी शिक्षा की बहुत आवश्यकता है.
Really great and exciting about Republic Summit is the exceptional lineup of the speakers that you have. I think it's great to learn from different perspectives. it's a great platform to understand what's happening, what's shaping India's narrative and future, a lot of trends, opportunities that are coming across, and how one can build on it. So I think it's an exceptional platform for the exchange of ideas, for understanding what's happening, what's making the country strong. So I think it's a great opportunity to learn, imbibe all these great ideas, and I am going to take a lot of actionable insights today from here. So cheers to Republic Summit.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से, MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH, MTH।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody.
बाद में बात करेंगे।
अरे आप politician हो, आप politician हो, आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला हम्बल हो, मैं हम्बल हो रहा हूँ।
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean.
What am I then? Back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now, to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol on pictures of Sikh gurus. And that's the original video. Today, for some strange reason, Bhagwant Mann has come out with his own video. And God knows where he's got this actor from. It seems he's got an actor who's shown in doing some of the same kind of things. And then he's saying that this person in the video is not me. Hello, wake up, Bhagwant Mann, wake up. This is your own video. You made this video. This is the stupidest thing anyone can do. To hire an actor, try to recreate the original visual, which you deny, and claim that the visual in the video which you have made is not you. Of course it's not you. Bhagwant Mann, let's not be foolish here. You got an actor to do this. And now you're saying the actor has a silicone gel put on him. But where the hell did this video come from, Bhagwant Mann? Are you stinging yourself? Are you being so foolish, so stupid that you've done a sting operation on yourself? Or is it that you hired an actor, Bhagwant Mann, that you hired an actor to do this enactment to deny it was you? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if the Chief Minister is watching. I want to tell him, you are in a trap of your own making. You're not going to come out of this. You have released 2 videos today to torpedo the cover-up story that has come out of a Haryana police investigation that found that Bhagwant Mann sent the Punjab police to manufacture certain forensic reports to help himself. Unfortunately for Bhagwant Mann, because these kind of pictures have now come out, you can put these silicone masks, make somebody look like somebody else. It's like a Hollywood trick. Did someone tell Bhagwant Mann that I'll pull out a Hollywood stunt to help you? And I want to ask Bhagwant Mann, why the hell have you put out some own videos of yourself? Who does that? You deny that the original video is not you, it's fine, then we'll debate that. But why the hell are you, Bhagwant Mann, releasing videos of actors who are behaving like you? These are actors, we know that. And there are other distinct differences. In the 2 videos, in one video there is a long glass of champagne or liquor or something. In the other video, there is a shorter glass. In one video, there are sunglasses. In the other video, there are no sunglasses. In one video, there is a table lamp. In the other video, there is no table lamp. In one video, the person...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Tongtham Amrita, and these are some of the top headlines today that we're tracking for you. Republic breaks agenda-setting story from Pakistan. LET terrorists spotted at the funeral of Shoaib Akhtar's brother. Republic sets the national news agenda as all networks now follow Republic news breaks on Shoaib Akhtar's Lashkar link. TVK minister at the center of drug controversy. VJ government minister Sarathkumar seen crushing white powder in a viral video. Accused Sia's parents now questioned by the police over Ketan Agarwal's murder after Sia's brother recorded his statement yesterday. US, Israel and Lebanon signed trilateral deal after 5 rounds of negotiations to ease tensions on Lebanon border. Now today, the Prime Minister has landed in Seychelles for a 3-day visit. He has just moments ago reached the international airport of Seychelles. He was received by the President of Seychelles. He is on a historic 3-day state visit from June 27 to June 29. He was received at the Seychelles International Airport by the President, Dr. Patrick Hermione, along with cabinet ministers and senior dignitaries who welcomed him with a ceremonial guard of honor. The Prime Minister is set to attend the Seychelles National Day as the guest of honor. Now, viewers, this is the Prime Minister's second visit and the first in over 10 years. And the Prime Minister is looking forward to strengthening the maritime relationships between the two nations. The Prime Minister is also set to attend a 50-year anniversary on the National Day of Seychelles as well. And viewers, we move on to another focus story. Republic breaks the story exposing the deep nexus between Pakistan's civil society and the terror groups. The funeral of former Pakistani cricketer Shoaib Akhtar's brother in Islamabad has drawn significant attention after Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists were spotted at the ceremony. Republic's super exclusive video now shows several LET terrorists present at the funeral standing next to Shoaib Akhtar. One of the terrorists, Inam-ur-Rahman, who is the president of PMML Islamabad, was also present at his brother's funeral, who has links with the mastermind of the Pahalgam attack, Saifullah. Now, apart from Kasturi, Inam-ur-Rahman, who is the president of the PMML, LET's political front, also attended the funeral. Also present there were Abdullah Tur, Deputy General Secretary of PMML, Hafiz Umar, Zonal General Secretary, PMML, and Amzad Bhatti, who is the chairman as well of the Khidmat committees. These are big names, key associates of the PMML, and also considered the political front of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. This is the latest. A link has been exposed now at the funeral of Shoaib Akhtar's brother, where key members of the Lashkar-e-Taiba was also present during the funeral ceremony. And not just that, key members of the PMML, who is also considered the political front of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has been seen. These are some of the names: Inam Rahman and Kambo. Kambo was also seen there at the funeral ceremony of Shoaib Akhtar's brother. And this once again exposes key links if there are terrorists and radical elements present and in nexus with the civilians of Pakistan and also the government as well. Big expose that has been seen in an exclusive video that was accessed by Republic. Shoaib Akhtar, the cricketing legend of Pakistan, and the funeral of his brother. There are several members, key associates of the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists. In fact, viewers, Hafiz Syed, the founder of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, is a designated global terrorist. Even the United Nations had designated him as a global terrorist and a mastermind of the 26/11 attack. And also, PMML, another front that's considered a political front of the LET. Members of the PMML seen at the funeral ceremony as well of the Shoaib Akhtar's brother's funeral ceremony. This, in fact, once again exposes if Pakistan's civilian and has deep ties with the terror and radical elements in Pakistan. Even years ago, there have been videos that surfaced where another cricketer of Pakistan was seen visiting the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and raising once again the terror links of the civilian population and the radical elements. And now, viewers, moving on to another story. The United States, Israel and Lebanon have signed a trilateral framework agreement aimed at reducing tensions and paving the way toward ending the long-running conflict involving Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah group. The agreement was signed in Washington, D.C. after several rounds of negotiations. Now, let's take a look at this report for more information.
In a major breakthrough, Israel, Lebanon and the US have now signed a trilateral agreement. The deal aimed at easing tensions along the Israel-Lebanon border. The US described the deal as the first step towards a border peace deal after months of conflict involving Hezbollah.
We're happy to announce a framework agreement between the sovereign government of Lebanon and of course the government of Israel with a mediation and support of the United States of America.
The agreement follows 4 days of negotiations in Washington and comes days after the 60-day ceasefire window began. Under the framework, Israel will withdraw from 2 areas in southern Lebanon, and following Israel's withdrawal, the Lebanese army will move into these areas as part of a pilot program. Netanyahu has called the deal a major win for Israel as it still gets to hold much of Lebanon's territory.
אתם יודעים שאנחנו מנהלים משא ומתן בוושינגטון בין נציגי ישראל, לבנון וארצות הברית. זה משא ומתן ממושך והיום הוא נשא פרי. הדבר החשוב ביותר הוא קודם כל שישראל נשארת ברצועת הביטחון וגם לבנון. זה הישג גדול ואנחנו מקיימים אותו כל עוד חיזבאללה לא פורק מנשקו, כל עוד נשקפת סכנה למדינת ישראל. וזה גם מכה גדולה לישראל. איראן מנסה לכפות עלינו נסיגה בכוח מדרום לבנון, ובעצם ישראל, לבנון וארצות הברית אומרות להם, זה לא עניינכם. אין לכם שום תפקיד בלבנון, לא לכם ולא לחיזבאללה ולא לשום ארגון טרור.
Lebanese president welcomed the agreement, describing it as the first step towards fully restoring the country's sovereignty over its land and people. Hezbollah is unlikely to agree to any plan that would include its disarmament throughout the country. The group has maintained it's only required by previous agreement and UN resolutions to disarm in the area south of the Litani River. The latest conflict between Israel and Lebanon began after Hezbollah pledged solidarity with Iran and started firing rockets into Israel shortly after Israel-US war began against Iran earlier this year. Since then, thousands have been killed in Lebanon, while dozens of Israeli soldiers have also died during the conflict. Both Israel and Lebanon have repeatedly stated that a lasting ceasefire will depend on resolving the issue of Hezbollah's armed presence in South Lebanon.
And viewers, from that we move back to another focus story. Republic's focus story of the day, breaking the story of exposing the deep nexus between Pakistan's civil society and the terror groups. The funeral of former Pakistani cricketer Shoaib Akhtar's brother in Islamabad has drawn significant attention after Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists were spotted at the ceremony. Now, Republic's super exclusive video has shown members of the LET being present at the funeral, standing next to Shoaib Akhtar. Now, viewers, at this moment we are also joined by an esteemed guest, Mr. Himanshu Chaturvedi, founder and managing director of Sports Guru Foundation and senior sports journalist as well. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on this broadcast. And now the big big expose that we have received. Shoaib Akhtar, a Pakistani cricket legend, in the funeral of his brother, in a funeral ceremony that was organized by him, we're getting reports that he invited several LET members and as well as PMML members. This has put the question back in the world of the sporting world, where is there any line that is drawn between politics and radical elements in sports? What's your point of view on this latest development that we're tracking?
Well, I'm very happy that you raised this issue. I mean, I and Arnab have been raising this issue for many years together, and I have a number of shows on this. We've been clear on this, that Pakistan and Indian cricket should not happen, because most of the time what we see is the money which is actually is earned through cricket matches. Somewhere we have links that goes back to the terrorist. And let me draw some attention for you. This is not the first instance which has happened. Please rejack your memories to 2005, where we had Mr. Miandad. His son is married Dawood's daughter. So cricket and terrorism, funding to them, supporting them, has been in the blood of the cricketers from Pakistan. So I'm not surprised what has happened, but I'm quite surprised that our country's man sitting as ICC chief should take a cognizance of it and actually raise this issue to the entire world and show that the people, those who are supporting terrorism, should be moved out of the game of cricket. Also, if you see the Palmama thing, our captain, donated the money for the victims who were killed. And what did the Pakistani captain did as a runner-up team? He dedicated that money to the terrorist family, the survivor of the terrorist family in Sindhu. I mean, look at the ideology. Look at where they look at. Their nationalism is terrorism. Their entire focus is how to hit back on India on whatever way. The cricketers from Pakistan have never condemned any terrorism. They were always supported. And I have full doubts, and if we take the story further down and dig it deep, I'm not surprised if you have links of people on the cricket team having link with terrorists, or they're regularly funding them. I mean, this is so upsetting to see that the highest level of terrorist group people are participating openly. They're not even hiding. They're exhibiting that they're participating in a ceremony of a prominent cricketer.
That's right. In fact, we're spilling the politics and radical elements back to the ground, back in the pitch now being marred, let's say, with such controversy. But sir, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, and we are continuing to track this story, and we'll get all of these updates. You'll hear it all on Republic. Now, viewers, we move on to another major story that's coming up. Tamil Nadu Human Resources Minister D. Sarathkumar has found himself at the center of a political storm after an old video showing him handling a powder-like substance during an Indian Premier League match went viral on social media. This has, in fact, triggered allegations that the substance could be narcotics. Now, the video, which has been widely circulated online, shows the minister handling a powder-like substance which is spread on the screen of a smartphone, and he's using an ATM card and a 500 rupees note. And the clip that has been shared has sparked a wave of criticism, with several social media users demanding his resignation and pointing to his usage of an alleged narcotic substance during that viral video. And also, we are getting some reactions on this TVK drug controversy from many political angles. Let's take a listen into some of those statements.
அது போயிட்டு வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் ஒரு தப்பான ஒரு ரூமர் வந்து கிளப்பிட்டு இருக்காங்க. என்னன்னா, நாங்க ஐபிஎல் மேட்ச்க்கு ஒரு 2 years பிஃபோர் சம்திங் போயிருந்தோம். பாப்பா பிறந்து கொஞ்ச நாள் கழிச்சு, அது 2 years பிஃபோர் இருக்கும், டேட் கூட தெரியல. அந்த டைம்ல ஃபேமிலியோட எல்லாரும், ஃபேமிலி ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாருமே போயிருந்தோம். அந்த டைம்ல வந்து என்னன்னா, ஒய்ஃப் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பாப்பா வந்து டேப்லெட் முழுங்க மாட்டா, அதை துப்பிடுறா அப்படின்றதுக்காக ஒரு டேப்லெட்டை வந்து அதை க்ரஷ் பண்ணி அதை இதுக்கு தண்ணியில கலந்து.
See, this is the social media, and you should know the consequences when you do certain things. You have to be very alert and you have to be very cautious. The said video was in fact made by him only, if I am right, and through his Instagram. And see, it says that thug life moment. See the state of Tamil Nadu. It is shameful that we have people like him as ministers, and the explanation given by him is 100% not acceptable. And there was no child there, and his wife was not there with him, and whatever the reasons he says, it is not acceptable. So we demand a very serious investigation into this, whether he was trying to have a reel what these people, TVK people are doing now. So, or really has taken that. I think the police should immediately investigate, and if found guilty, then I think he should be removed from the from ministership. This is what Mr. Vijay should do. We have seen a lot of things like this. Even Mr. Vishwanathan of Congress, a minister, he was involved in some very dirty things which a minister should not have done. And so many ministers in Vijay's cabinet, they are immaturely, they are behaving very immature. So I think Mr. Vijay should concentrate on these things, and he should maintain the dignity. The dignity of a ruling government should not go. I think Mr. Vijay should understand this. As far as Mr. Sarathkumar is concerned, I think he owes not an apology, he owes a clear explanation, and a proper investigation should be done by the police, and if found guilty, he should be removed.
Still, also now this comes at a time when TVK has also appointed a separate force to eradicate drug from the city. They have mentioned in their promises that it's going to be a drug-free Tamil Nadu. Meantime, videos like this coming out and also showing multiple times, people have also accused Vijay himself on social media on how his entire party is also related to the drug society, on the society as a whole of usage of drugs. Now, when a ruling government says that they need to eradicate drugs and videos like this come out, how is Tamil Nadu going to be looking at the ruling party?
See, just by having a marathon or something, this kind of awareness programs, it is not going to help in a big way. We have seen yesterday what had happened in Kannagi Nagar, where a coach had sexually disturbed or harassed one of his trainee. All these things are related to drugs only. It is a social evil what we are seeing nowadays, and even the murders, rapes, and threatening of women, and all these things are happening only because of the influence of drugs and the liquor, the over flow of liquor. So I think it has to be controlled. It's a social evil. I think the government has to plan very differently. The entire system has to change, and whatever the rapes and murders are happening, we can see from the first information report that it is because of the influence of drugs and liquor. So I think the government, particularly Mr. Vijay, if at all he wants to change the entire thing, they say they want a change. If really they want a change, the entire system, the governance, the social system, the administration, the police, everything should change, and they should see to it that all these people are getting punished very immediately. We have seen lot of cases still pending, even because of drugs. We have seen in the case of that Godman before 2021 what had happened. So even that case in Chengalpattu court, POCSO cases, 11 cases, we have not had any kind of a movement forwardness in that. So like this, so the government has to act very strongly, firmly, intelligently. I think this entire system has to get changed.
And I have my colleague Sharda joining us live from Chennai on this story. Sharda, we spoke earlier about this, and there have been several reactions from the BJP as well, and you spoke to many other. Has the BJ government issued any clarification or statement on this? This has now begun to turn into a political controversy with some angles, with some even demanding the resignation of the minister.
Well, earlier the video was posted on Instagram 2 years ago on Sarathkumar's Instagram page. Following that, he gave an explanation last evening in the video where he explains, telling that in the video he was just crushing his child's medicine. It was not a prohibited item. Following that video, a doctor who prescribed the medicine was also made to speak, where he confirmed that the medicine, that he was the one who had given the medicine to the child because he was suffering from fever and diarrhea, and that was Sarathkumar, 1.5-year-old child, and because she could not swallow the medicine, Sarathkumar and his wife decided to powder the medicine and give it to the child. And this was the explanation given by the TVK minister yesterday evening, and today morning, the doctor has also confirmed that he was the one who had prescribed it. However, the BJP questions as to why would that be done in a public place, and why would the TVK minister post it on social media with an information with such a caption. And the question arises constantly while the BJP now asks the minister either to give a proper explanation, the police to do a proper investigation in this case, and also they've also said if it is proven to be true, the TVK minister should be sacked. Meanwhile, the DMK has also stated that earlier that TVK should be giving detailed information, a detailed inquiry should be done on this. But however, after the TVK minister had explained that it is a child's medicine video, now both DMK and BJP are asking for a legal inquiry to be done.
Right, those are some of the latest details. Thank you so much, Sharda, for joining us on this broadcast, and we'll continue to track the story and get back to you as it unfolds. And now, viewers, we are taking a very short break on this, but we'll be right back with you as we continue to track these major stories that's developing around the nation. Coming up after a very short break, TVK minister at the center of a drug controversy, BJ government minister Sarathkumar seen crushing white powder. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आर्नब मसाला।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert. No, absolutely true.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now, to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol on pictures of Sikh gurus. And that's the original video. Today, for some strange reason, Bhagwant Mann has come out with his own video. And God knows where he's got this actor from. It seems he's got an actor who's shown in doing some of the same kind of things. And then he's saying that this person in the video is not me. Hello, wake up, Bhagwant Mann, wake up. This is your own video. You made this video. This is the stupidest thing anyone can do. To hire an actor, try to recreate the original visual, which you deny, and claim that the visual in the video which you have made is not you. Of course it's not you. Bhagwant Mann, let's not be foolish here. You got an actor to do this. And now you're saying the actor has a silicone gel put on him. But where the hell did this video come from, Bhagwant Mann? Are you stinging yourself? Are you being so foolish, so stupid that you've done a sting operation on yourself? Or is it that you hired an actor, Bhagwant Mann, that you hired an actor to do this enactment to deny it was you? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if the Chief Minister is watching. I want to tell him, you are in a trap of your own making. You're not going to come out of this. You have released two videos today to torpedo the cover-up story that has come out of a Haryana police investigation that found that Bhagwant Mann sent the Punjab police to manufacture certain forensic reports to help himself. Unfortunately for Bhagwant Mann, because these kind of pictures have now come out, you can put these silicone masks, make somebody look like somebody else. It's like a Hollywood trick. Did someone tell Bhagwant Mann that I'll pull out a Hollywood stunt to help you? And I want to ask Bhagwant Mann, why the hell have you put out some own videos of yourself? Who does that? You deny that the original video is not you, it's fine, then we'll debate that. But why the hell are you, Bhagwant Mann, releasing videos of actors who are behaving like you? These are actors, we know that. And there are other distinct differences in the two videos. In one video, there is a long glass of champagne or liquor or something. In the other video, there is a shorter glass. In one video, there are sunglasses. In the other video, there are no sunglasses. In one video, there is a table lamp. In the other video, there is no table lamp. In one video, the person is in shorts. In the other video, the person is in trousers. This proves that Bhagwant Mann has probably done the stupidest cover-up in political history. Or that he has hired somebody to do a video so that he can deny the video. Now, who gave you this bright idea, Bhagwant Mann? To create a video and get a video done so that you can deny it? The nation wants to know. So my point is, I'll end with this again.
So we will now have the story of Mr. Sudarshan Venu up on your screen.
As India accelerates towards a future driven by innovation, sustainability, and world-class manufacturing, a new generation of leaders are redefining what's possible. At the forefront of this transformation at a global scale is Sudarshan Venu, Chairman and Managing Director of TVS Motor Company.
TVS's vision is to transform the quality of life of our customers by offering products that are safe, sustainable, and exciting. One of those areas is where we bring Norton with a vision to create the world's most desirable motorcycles. It will be driven by Norton's values: design, dynamism, and detail, which we reimagine in a very modern way as part of Norton's resurgence.
Blending business precision with ground-up technology investment at a global scale, his core leadership philosophy remains unshakable. He's transforming India's competitive footprint on the world map today. TVS has made mega global acquisitions, scooping up legendary international marquees. They are servicing over 90 markets worldwide and already hold more than 6% of the global market share in the two-wheeler industry.
We will launch in the UK, Europe, and soon after in India and the US. It's really exciting.
An automotive leader racing into a sustainable tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chairman and Managing Director of TVS Motor Company, Sudarshan Venu.
Sudarshan, thank you very much for being here. It's been a busy schedule. You're here from Singapore, flying to London, and just managed to squeeze in some time for us. And yes, after a young politician, now we have a young businessman talking to us. I was just going through your profile, and one of the things I stumbled upon was there was World Motorcycle Day just a day ago, if I'm not wrong, and you are a biker. So tell me, how is it, like entrepreneurs and businessmen like you, who are passionate about the machine itself and are in the business of actually building the machines, how does it feel?
I think if you're passionate about what you do, it's certainly inspiring, and you can combine your passion and your profession, then it is that much more exciting.
Okay.
So that's an opportunity.
Okay. But you're into biking. Tell us a bit more about what is it that you're into, where do you travel, which is your favorite bike, and then let's come to the hard part of business in terms of how do you want to build it.
I think we've just launched the resurgence of Norton.
Okay.
And the new 4-cylinder 1200cc that will compete in the Liter Plus class superbikes globally. So that has to be my favorite bike.
Okay, and you've ridden it?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. One thing I want to ask you is that, TVS is a big name. And you, in fact, became one of the youngest chairmen of the company, of a listed manufacturing Indian company. Was it a burden? One. Second, what vision do you have for the brand that you intend to build?
I think thanks to my father's vision to really delight customers, focus on quality and engineering, TVS has become a major player in the global two-wheeler market. Our vision is to transform the quality of life of our customers by offering products and services that are safe, sustainable, and exciting.
Okay.
And I think that is something which we are really charged up about.
Okay. What are the challenges that you've faced over the past 2013 is when you actually became the full-time director. So 2013 to 2026, what are some of the challenges, some of the hardships that you faced while, realizing your vision to make it big?
I think the last 12, 15 years have been very exciting. Firstly, we have been in a very good macroeconomic environment with the economic policies of the government and the Prime Minister's vision. We've had very good economic growth and a strong domestic market. So this creates an environment in which many companies can succeed. And I think our focus on products, delighting customers through exciting and technology-filled and aspirational products has definitely worked for us in this context. Parallelly, I think we have also strengthened the leadership, the customer experience, and focused on our international business, which is now over a third of our business globally. And I think that has been a major area where we have focused, and that has given us some results as well.
But Sudarshan, one thing as a bike, whenever I've spoken to people who are into biking, one of the things that gives them the kick is the revving sound of a bike. And what we're talking about now is a shift towards EVs. And you are in fact very, very big. In fact, 2%, you had a market share of 2% before you actually took over. And now it's about 25% of the EV market is what TVS is looking at. What is your vision for EVs, especially when we talk about the two-wheeler industry?
I think the two-wheeler industry has emerged very well in the last few years in India. We have invested heavily behind this industry. We are very excited about it, and we believe that penetration will grow. We have focused on doing a lot of the technology in-house and building capability in-house, and I think that is something we are focused on to use to create products for the Indian market and for the key overseas markets in which we are in. We have iQube, which has been a success. We have the new scooter Orbiter. We have the electric three-wheeler for cargo, and we also have electric bicycles. So we have the full suite of products. We are really excited. We are investing behind it, and we believe that this market will definitely grow, and the IC engine segment will continue to grow as well.
But as a biker, does it excite you to ride an EV?
We are a mobility company.
Okay.
And I think different forms of mobility are required for different customers. There will be a segment of very passionate bikers who buy high-end sports bikes and Nortons and drive them like sports cars. But I think from the future of mobility point of view, cleaner IC engines are important, electrification is important, and developing those solutions for the future of mobility are really important.
Okay, but no,
in that sense, I think electric plays a huge role.
Okay.
Newer IC engines also play a big role. And I think we are excited for the future of a cleaner industry and products that delight customers and at the same time cleaner. So I think we have to look at the opportunity for that. Of course, there'll be a segment of guys who want to enjoy riding their IC engine bikes. That's different.
Okay. Which are those parts of the world where you have actually, gone on biking? Which are your favorite destinations?
Mine.
Yes.
I think riding in Europe is always fun, in Germany with high speed and things like that. But I think parts of Africa, parts of Latin America, which are important markets for us, can also be fun in their own way.
Okay. But then now imagine that, going IC with them is fine. But shifting EV to that terrain, is there a mismatch in the kind of infrastructure that we have and the thrill that comes with riding?
I think electric as a technology for EV is changing very fast. You're seeing newer batteries every year, you're seeing newer chemistries. There is also a focus on the resilience of the supply chain to have motors which are less dependent on raw materials or rare earths from a particular country, to build this ecosystem domestically. And that is something we are committed to and investing behind, and I'm sure the industry is as well.
Okay. As far as infrastructure, because my next question is that the kind of infrastructure that is required, let's say as a biker, as well as an industrialist, if you have to, jot down a path that, okay, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we're going to be shifting completely to EVs. Do you see that day coming?
I think I wouldn't want to put numbers to the exact year, but we are excited about it, and definitely we see the segment growing strongly and continuing to grow, and we see ICE growing as well. On your point on infrastructure, I think as you look at a cleaner economy globally, green economy, you have cleaner energy sources, you have electric for urban pollution, you have cleaner ICE as well. I think technology is evolving, batteries are becoming better by the day, charging times are coming down. So at least as far as two-wheelers are concerned, with the evolution of batteries, and them becoming lighter, smaller, more efficient, more powerful, I think home charging is really there and infrastructure is not as much of a focus.
Okay. I'll just give you an example. Recently, we traveled from here to Kashmir and we went in our own car because the primary concern was where will the charging stations be. As somebody who is driving the EV revolution in the country, what do you think is your immediate next goal or aspiration? That, okay, the range, is that the concern? The power, is that the concern? The revving, is that the concern? What are the things that you are looking for as an entrepreneur that will drive the EV industry?
I think we are continuous. I mean, look, I know you want the answer to me to say everything should be more powerful and more fun to ride. But fundamentally, we're a mobility company.
Okay.
Which means that urban mobility requires people who may ride less. It may require smaller batteries, faster charging. It may require more compact vehicles. It may require more stylish vehicles. And I think that's why we have the different products in the different segments of the market. Orbiter is smaller, less range, but that's probably enough for that segment.
Right.
There's another version with a bigger battery, which is more focused on delivery. And all of them have enough charging overnight, and some of them have fast charging over your lunch to make it very practical for delivery and logistics, and overnight for the personal mobility consumer.
Okay.
And the same is true on three-wheelers and delivery vehicles for three-wheelers.
Okay.
So I think we have to look at these different applications of mobility and the products that meet those segments, and batteries which are more energy dense, more power dense, smaller, lighter, and better charging will of course continue to drive innovation and technology, and we will be at the forefront of it.
Okay, and do you think the Indian ecosystem, in terms of the supplier ecosystem, is equipped enough? Are you facing any challenge there, or we are made in India, completely bullish on made in India and have enough?
I think we are bullish on made in India, but it will take a bit of time to build a truly resilient supply chain that can be Atmanirbhar or self-reliant. And I think suppliers and the ecosystem are investing behind it. And it is a journey, and we must continue to invest and get there so that we build a newer mobility ecosystem that's also self-reliant. And also one more important point is that the Indian two-wheeler industry is one of the few industries which is truly global. 3 of the top 5 players globally are Indians.
Okay.
Both in the mass market traditionally, but today in the premium and even the higher end premium and sporty segments as well. You see Indian players really making a mark. So it is an industry that's truly global, and I think we need to build on that.
Wonderful. And TVS is one of them, right?
Yes.
In fact, just to read out his achievements purely, TVS Motors EV sales grew 33% in FY26. The highest ever revenue of 47,270 crore in FY25-26. That's a 30% growth that happened under his leadership. So that's a commendable job that you've in fact done. But I want to ask you about the experience. First, the BMW Association. And now you were courageous enough to go ahead and forge yet another one in the middle of a pandemic, and that is something that you were extremely, that was driven by you. In fact, could you tell us what was the thought behind that, and what are the learnings over the past 5 years?
The aspiration of being truly global, I think you want to play in different segments, and of course, working with BMW. It was good for our capability. We enhanced our technology, manufacturing to play those segments. I think Norton is a brand that has a truly special history. It's got its own focus on design, dynamism, detail.
Okay.
And I felt that with our engineering capability and our aspiration to be truly global, compete in industrialized markets, this was a brand where there was an opportunity for revival. It matched our aspiration, and therefore we believe in the long term, and we took the bet whether pandemic or not, and we have invested considerably for it. The acquisition price was just a small portion. If you see the investments after that in engineering effort, in people, in building a team, and the vehicles which are coming, the 4-cylinder, the 2-cylinder, and further versions that will come after that, it has been because of a significant investment that we have made, not just in buying, but in investing after that, in terms of people, money, resources, to really recreate Norton in a modern way and true to its values.
Okay. You said aspirations. Do we see you becoming the biggest brand in the world? And when do you think that will happen?
See, I think we have to focus on delighting the customer.
Okay.
And as long as you delight customers, and they have confidence in you, you sell more vehicles and you grow. So that the focus for us is to delight customers, to live the vision and to deliver on it.
Okay. You are a young leader with a lot of future ahead of you to ensure that all of those dreams come true. This one, you've been talking about customer experience, and when we talk about that, one concern or a debate that has been going on is the ethanol blending. Is that a concern in any way?
I think ethanol has its own role. Countries like Brazil have done well with it. It does reduce import dependence. We have developed vehicles which are based on ethanol. I think that's a segment that will continue to grow as well, or it has to start to grow more.
In fact, just to add, you've said Apache RTR is the first ethanol compliant vehicle that you have launched. Is it here to stay? Do you see a day when we will completely shift mobility to EVs and ethanol?
I think you are going to see multiple options for different products, as I mentioned, different use cases in different geographies and different countries based on their own priorities and their own focus areas. So I think to push an answer, to force an answer on one is a little difficult, but I do hope that the combination of these will lead to a more sustainable and also an industry where the products continue to be exciting.
Okay. Sudarshan, one of the things that your leadership talks about is the diversification that has happened from being a completely a TVS motor, a motor company, to an organization that is into auto, finance, housing. So the diversification that has happened under you is tremendous. What are some of the areas that you're tapping currently? What is your motivation? What is the thought behind all of these new areas that you
One big area for us at TVS Venu in terms of a big business that we have focused on, that we have invested behind and we're really excited about is financial services. Of course, it started as two-wheeler loan lending, perhaps out of necessity. But then it has grown substantially now to over 42 million customers, to 40,000+ crores of AUM. And only 25% is related to two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We're into consumer durables, phones, cars, trucks, gold loans. We bought home credit. And now we are also we are widening our play in financial services through the acquisition of PGIM, which is the mutual fund business of Pramerica. And we have taken a stake in Jana Small Finance Bank for the synergies and opportunities that presents and the value that it offers. So definitely this is an area where we believe we are very excited about. I think with the digitalization of the financial ecosystem in India, with the financialization of Indian savings and the huge runway that it presents in terms of lending, saving, and all areas of financial services, we are really, and the digitalization, I think that's an area we're excited about.
Okay, but I'm going to take a CEO or a note from you, a CEO's diary kind of a note from you. How do you manage so many things? How do you manage doing so? There's one responsibility on me, and I'm finding it difficult to in terms of dealing with it. I take AI help, try ChatGPT, everything. You can't ChatGPT the role of a chairman, right?
I think there are people managing much bigger also. So I'm very grateful. I think we have a good team. I'm thankful for my father's guidance, and it's a team effort.
Okay. But how do you manage your time? Tell me, what does your day look like? What does Sudarshan Venu's day?
Everybody manages the time to the best of their ability.
Because you've just come from Singapore, you're now going to London. What does your day look like? I really want to know.
You have to do what you have to do, but I think each of us manage it to the best of our ability and by focusing on what we have to do.
Okay.
It's a team effort, right?
Absolutely. But then it requires a leadership guidance, which you clearly, the numbers state you have been giving. A lot is changing. You started in 2013 where you actually took over the reins completely. What has changed over the past about 12, 13 years? What exactly has changed? And if there's one wish you have where you want to demand or request for a policy change, what would that desirable policy change be?
I think policy has been supportive. In the last 13 years, we have been committed to the values of TVS and the vision of my father of maintaining trust and delivering world-class quality to consumers. Hopefully, we've worked on also adding a level of speed and embracing new ideas and new opportunities. And that is something we are committed to. And now, of course, AI. I mean, electrification, of course, new technology and vehicles, of course, new segments. AI is a big opportunity, I think, across all our businesses. It's going to transform the way business is done, the way companies are run, the way consumers behave. And I think embracing that change is something that we are excited and we want to focus on. And maybe Sridhar Vembu will add more about it later.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sudarshan. It was lovely having you with us. You've taken time out and come here. We'll definitely be tracking your progress, more so on Republic Business, and keep calling you and troubling you for talking to us on this sector as well as your growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Thank you very much. If I could request you to just remain on stage. Pranav, please do us the honors of presenting him with a small token.
I just like the candor and the simplicity and the humility you showed on stage today. It is a remarkable feat taking a company like this to the next level. And since we are talking about Great Power India, only one thing I wanted to say with him on stage, Pranav, we always doubt the power of Indian manufacturing. But he's a world leader and he's in manufacturing. So I think we must take this as an example to make manufacturing our focus. So I know you didn't say I want to be the world number one, but I think you've got the spirit to get there and your numbers are great. So for Indian manufacturing, TVS is a great role model. Thank you very much, Sudarshan. Very proud of you. Thank you. Pranav.
Thank you very much.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
There. And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert. No, absolutely true.
slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort. And today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this? Why should we accept this provocation? Look at the visuals very clearly and ask for sensitivity here. Is there some signaling some people are trying to do? And what is the way these people should be dealt with who talk like that, who do these kind of things? If this is an attempt at trying to project a mindset of conflict and combat in our society, where is the rule of law? Is the messaging that they're ready for strife or wanting to create conflict, terrorism in society? Viewers, if you remember the visuals of all the people injured and dead after the Red Fort blast, I want to ask this country tonight whether we will be open to debating these things or whether we should brush this under the carpet. I say we should not. We should collectively condemn attempts at celebrating terrorism directly or indirectly with acts like this one. We will have to talk about it. By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ. You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right? There was. People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old.
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? No, if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. Republic School of Journalism, India's most sought-after live learning program, has now opened applications for its 2026 batch. RSJ was launched with a single mission: to train the next generation of journalists, not in the classrooms, but on the field, live, as news breaks, covering elections, covering wars, and the biggest stories of our times, under the mentorship of India's best journalists at the Republic Media Network. And the results speak for themselves. 100% of our students from RSJ's inaugural batch are now placed working in newsrooms. The new batch begins this August, and aspiring journalists can apply online now at www.republicschoolofjournalism.com or call 836-999-5400 to know more. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, bringing you the headlines at 6 p.m. Republic breaks the agenda-setting story from Pakistan. Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists spotted at the funeral of Shoaib Akhtar's brother, including the Pahalgam terror attack mastermind. Republic sets the national news agenda. All networks now follow Republic's news break on Shoaib's Lashkar link. TVK in the center of drug controversy now. Vijay Government Minister Sarathkumar seen crushing white powder in a viral video. Accused Sia parents now questioned by police over Ketan Agarwal's murder after Sia's brother recorded his statement in the Pune Fort murder case yesterday. US, Israel and Lebanon signed that trilateral deal after 5 rounds of negotiations to ease the tensions on Lebanon border. Viewers, our top focus is the breaking news that Republic TV has in fact forced everyone to follow. The story exposing the deep nexus between Pakistan's civil society and the terror groups. The funeral of former Pakistani cricketer Shoaib Akhtar's brother in Islamabad has drawn attention for the wrong reasons. Lashkar-e-Taiba's terrorists were spotted at the ceremony that included Saifullah Qasuri, the Pahalgam terror attack mastermind. In fact, super exclusive video on Republic TV shows that how several of the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists were present at the funeral, standing right next to Shoaib Akhtar. And one of the terrorist viewers, Inam-ur-Rahman, is the president of PMML in Islamabad, that is, who was present at the brother's funeral and has links with the mastermind of the Pahalgam attack, Saifullah Qasuri. Apart from Qasuri, Inam-ur-Rahman, president of Pakistan Markazi Muslim League, Lashkar's political front, also attended the funeral, and also present were Abdullah Tur, Deputy General Secretary, Hafiz Umar, Zonal Secretary, PMML, and we have Amjad Bhatti also in this frame. So viewers, these are the visuals that clearly show that who all were part, how these terror commanders, these terrorists from Lashkar-e-Taiba were part of this gathering. mourning the death of the brother of Shoaib Akhtar. And this is the visual that we are playing out for you. And in fact, we'll just go across to former Indian cricketer, Mr. Rajinder Amarnath, joining us on the broadcast for more. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. The fact that we've seen many a times, even top army officers, we've seen them being present at the funerals of the terrorists as well in Pakistan. But here you have Shoaib Akhtar, the same Shoaib Akhtar we've seen in the past, also talking about Ghazwa-e-Hind. We have Shahid Afridi, who has many a times made provocative statements. His cousin is also known to be a slain terrorist as well. The history and the present is no different of Pakistan. Yet we do not see this country being isolated, not even in the sporting field, that we continue to have them in the in events, in international events. While we understand he's a retired cricketer, but he's still a very prominent face, and it shows and exposes Pakistan once again.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I've always propagated that time has come for India to take a very solid stand and a final call against Pakistan in the sporting arena. I always feel, as we have seen in the past, that unless and until you take drastic measures and you are also accepting that reaction from other countries may not be to your liking, only then you can go ahead. We have stopped the bilateral series between the two countries, but we have continued to face each other in the other international events. That is where I have always said and always advocated, time has come for India to put their foot down and say we will not participate or play anywhere in any sport where Pakistan is our opponent. We have done it at the time when Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was there. We were playing the Davis Cup final for the first time. And that was the only time, I think, after that, I don't recollect, maybe I could be wrong, that India played the Davis Cup finals. India did not play because the opponents were South Africa. Indian policy was very clear, very straight. We do not support apartheid, and South Africa always believed in apartheid. So India became a torchbearer, and subsequently South Africa was barred from all international sporting events. And we see and we saw what was the result. Having been isolated, they could not compete and they lost out a lot of sporting heroes, which I feel bad for them because they had nothing to do with the government policy. Similarly, I always felt time has come, the government of India, to take a solid stand and say no more taking down, because an empty mind is always devil's den. Shoaib Akhtar, I'm not too sure how closely he is linked with his brother's activities, but having been seen in the same funeral with a lot of undesired elements, who we call terrorists, it does not give a good picture of a sportsman who has represented Pakistan in international cricket matches. But that clearly shows that there is a link between the Pakistani cricketers somewhere down the line. And keeping this in mind, I always felt, as you spoke about Shahid Afridi, he's notorious for giving statements against India. And not that it matters to us what Shahid Afridi thinks and what he thinks about Kashmir, which is an integral part of India. So it's a fool's dream that they have been thinking of taking Kashmir from India. So similarly, I feel the time has come to show them the door.
Right, sir. And we've seen that in there has been no steps that have been taken. Republic TV has always carried out led those campaigns to boycott Pakistan, to isolate Pakistan. No cricket with Pakistan is something that at least our network has been very, very clear on. But what do you think stops even the powers, the government or anyone it cannot be the finances, the sponsors, the money that goes in it cannot be, prioritized over the lives, the innocent lives that are lost. And the latest example is Pahalgam terror attack. And the mastermind of that attack is seen sharing the space with Shoaib Akhtar, who remains an important figure in Pakistan cricket. And he has many a times even been part of interactions with Indian media channels. And he has been part of the KKR as well in the past.
Well, I think hopefully I can, I'm already sticking my neck out already by telling the government what to do. I don't know how much of an effect it'll have, but I personally feel that country comes first.
Yeah.
Sponsors can take the back seat. We can always take a loss of a couple of $1 million, which at the present state of our exchequer, I think we can take that also. But we have to send a very strong signal to the international community, especially the sporting world, that be it Olympics, be it Asian Games, be it the ICC, wherever India participates, we have stopped shaking hands, but that has not stopped the Pakistani terrorists from creating the genocide in India. And the Pahalgam has been the recent example, and which has not even healed our wound. And I feel that now is the time government should look very seriously at the international events also, and try and boycott those matches where we have to face Pakistan. And even if you have to lose a point or lose some money, I think for the sake of our nation, we should do it.
We, of course, continue to bring more updates, because we don't expect, of course, Pakistan, because Pakistan thrives on this sort of a relationship, this ecosystem of terror. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. But thank you so much, sir, joining us on Republic TV viewers. With that, it's a wrap on this edition. Continue with the news on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look.
बात करेंगे।
अरे आप पॉलिटिशियन हो, आप पॉलिटिशियन हो, आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला हम्बल हो, मैं हम्बल हो रहा हूँ।
You became very famous during Balika Badhu.
At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old.
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzis.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now, to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol.
Welcome to Acco Drive. I am Siddharth Vinayak Patankar. Last year in September, when the government rationalized GST slabs, motorcycle buyers were thrilled. Prices came down with the reduction of GST from 28 to 18%. But that was only bikes under 350cc displacement. It meant that bikes with bigger engines had GST hiking up to 40%. Now, this affected bikes like the Royal Enfield 650 Twins, Aprilia RS 457, Tuono 457, Triumph's and KTM's entire range. The biggest hit was to an emerging and very competitive segment just above 350cc, which had really got going. So Bajaj did the Indian Jugaad thing and dropped its engine sizes on some of its bikes. With certification now complete in an impressive 6 to 8 month period, these new 350cc bikes are also on sale. Arun rode this latest range of bikes to tell you if this is just good business strategy or it still translates to good riding across all of Bajaj's brands.
Late last year, the finance minister announced the biggest policy change that the Indian two-wheeler industry had witnessed in the last 2 decades by changing the GST laws. Now, engine displacement under 350cc were taxed at 18%, while those above 350cc were now taxed at 40%. One of the biggest brands to get affected by this new ruling was Bajaj Auto, because that has affected its KTM, Triumph and also Bajaj portfolio. Now Bajaj is the only Indian brand to take action against this new ruling and come up with a new range of 350cc engines. Bajaj engineers managed to reduce the displacement by reducing the stroke of the engine, which is basically the vertical movement of the engine, by 4 mm. They didn't change the bore of the engine because that would have meant to change the piston size and also a lot of complex re-engineering of the head. What we are riding today at Bajaj Auto itself are 3 new motorcycles in its portfolio. First up is the new Bajaj Dominar 400. Next up we have the iconic Pulsar, the NS 400 version, and the latest addition in the Triumph family, the Tracker 400. So how does this new engine affect the performance of these motorcycles? Let's find out. So we start with the Pulsar NS 400 because this is the most iconic brand for Bajaj Auto. Yes, the displacement drop has dropped the performance figures both in power and torque, but in terms of performance, 0 to 60 km per hour, it is the same figure as seen on the older bike. 0 to 100 km per hour, the drop in performance is under 1 second. But the biggest highlight of this engine is the NVH level. The engine feels so refined, so smooth. The biggest compliment I can give this motorcycle is that it doesn't feel like a Pulsar engine. Apart from the refinement level, the performance, the mid-range performance and the bottom end performance has improved, which makes the new NS 400 an easier motorcycle to ride in city traffic. When you hit the highway, you can feel that Pulsar DNA going for it, because about 6,000 RPM, this motorcycle just comes alive, has that iconic Pulsar DNA, keeps on pulling very nicely. You can cruise at speeds between 100 to 120 km per hour very easily. So in terms of performance, it still has that Pulsar DNA going for it. The underpinnings haven't been changed, and that's a good thing. You can corner fast on the NS 400 as the chassis is communicative and it feels agile to ride in city traffic. The suspension is slightly firm but never feels overly stiff on Indian roads. The only bit that sticks out is the LCD instrument cluster, as the flagship Pulsar deserves a modern TFT unit. The 350cc engine has also reduced the price of the bike by almost 14,000 rupees ex-showroom, which will be appreciated by the buyers. So now with the new engine, it feels more polished and premium, and I think that's the biggest compliment for the new Pulsar NS 400. The Tracker 400 is the latest addition in the Triumph India portfolio. It is basically a roadster version of the Thruxton 400 Cafe Racer. The biggest highlight of the motorcycle is the styling. It has the retro elements, but you get a nice elongated fuel tank, a flat bench seat, and the number plate on the center panel looks very cool, so it has the right visual appeal. Apart from that, the performance of the motorcycle is very engaging because the acceleration is snappy and will keep you thrilled when you're riding this motorcycle. The Tracker 400 shares its hardware with the Thruxton 400. So as expected, the handling dynamics is very good and you will enjoy cornering fast on the new Triumph bike. The sportier handling is also courtesy the more aggressive riding stance, as the handlebar is wider, lowered and the foot peg is slightly rear set. Yes, the ride quality is firmer than that of the Speed 400, but honestly it isn't a deal breaker and a fair trade-off. So if you are planning to buy the Speed 400 but felt the proportions of the motorcycle were too small, I think the Tracker 400 is a great alternative for you. And finally, the Dominar 400, just like the Pulsar NS 400, it has gone down on displacement. But interestingly, the power figure has gone up. And in terms of performance, it is on par with the previous generation motorcycle. So there is no performance drop on this motorcycle. Again, just like the NS 400, the NVH levels have gone up. It feels more refined. But the lack of torque is felt when you're riding this motorcycle in city traffic or when you're doing roll-on acceleration, this motorcycle feels a bit sluggish, and that's down to the weight of the motorcycle, because this was the bigger concern with the motorcycle. The weight makes it very difficult to ride in city traffic, and also the fact remains the rear suspension travel is low, which means the ride comfort is very stiff, because it is a cruiser. So C for cruiser, C for comfort. Sadly, the Dominar doesn't offer that in this department, but in terms of value, this is now offering you better value, almost 30,000 rupees cheaper compared to the older bike. So as a value proposition, it is better, but the ride comfort still remains wanting.
So that was a quick look at the latest from the house of Bajaj and its sub-brands. How did you like that? And what more would you like to see? Tune in to a much longer episode next week at these times and send in any questions that you may have about which bike or which car to buy or a vehicle that you'd like to see us feature here on the show. Please wear your helmet, and if you are in a car, please wear your seatbelt. I'll see you next week.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert.
No,
absolutely true.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. and there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, Le fir aage, which means, look, we are back.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwan Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see this.
From being India's fiercest voice on preservation of the nation's democratic fabric to being the deepest thinker on India's civilizational economy. Let's take a look at Shri S. Gurumurthy's journey.
The ultimate nationalist, one of India's foremost intellectuals. He's championed the concept of civilizational nationalism in India.
You know, every society is now coming into its own, and that is the beginning of what can be called civilizational nationalism, and which is spreading in India also.
A chartered accountant, author and public intellectual, Shri S. Gurumurthy has been a towering voice in India's economic discourse for over 4 decades, advocating self-reliance at every single step.
India will also modernize in its own way. So this is not what the Indian discourse, Indian media, Indian academics, Indian political parties or the Indian administrative service speak about. But the fact is, we are also modernizing in our own way.
As the world pivots towards multi-modernity, he stands as India's loudest voice towards protecting our economic sovereignty. Please welcome India's foremost nationalist ideologue, Shri S. Gurumurthy.
It's my proud privilege, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome on stage Shri S. Gurumurthy, editor of Tughlaq magazine and India's foremost nationalist ideologue. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Namaskaram to all of you. I know that we are running short of time. The topic is a huge topic, and Arnab asked me to speak on this topic unilaterally. He didn't consult me that this is the topic I want to give to you and take my opinion. So I will try and see whether this large topic can be compactly measured within the time that you have allotted to me. See, the topic is very critical and relevant today. And unless we understand its importance, we will not be able to say the kind of attention that is needed for this topic. So I would like to mention 2-3 points. What is the need to talk about the nationalism as a driving force in India? 75 years after India had attained freedom. The first point is which is important for all of us to note, that Indian freedom movement, which was driven by nationalist spirit, that spirit was discarded after India attained freedom. That is the most important point that we have to note. That is why we have to talk about nationalism and its contents and its scope and its impact on national life, and also how India is to shape up in the global situation. So, in 1990s only nationalism re-emerged in India. Unfortunately, nationalism was replaced by secularism, as if there is a conflict between the two. The fact remains that secularism was posited against nationalism, which misguided the entire debate on nationalism, and nationalism was even seen as a narrow idea. And unless I take you through how the world is moving today and how relevant the idea of nationalism, particularly civilizational nationalism, has become, we will not be able to position nationalism in the context of what India is, where it is moving, where the world is, and we have to put it in this conspectus. There are 4 critical developments in the world in the last 3-4 decades. One is in 1951, when the world order was constituted. Many people do not know, because we do not know even what happened 3 months back, 3 years back. What to talk of 7 decades back, what happened? The world order was anti-civilizational. It was in terms. It is actually the report of all the economists assembled by the United Nations as to what is the method of development that the world should adopt. This is the report of the expert group on underdeveloped nations, measures for the development of all underdeveloped nations. I am going to read only 4 sentences. There is a sense in which rapid economic progress is impossible without painful adjustments. Ancient philosophies have to be scrapped. Note this. Ancient philosophies have to be scrapped. Old social institutions have to disintegrate. Bonds of caste, creed, and race have to burst. And large number of persons who cannot keep up the progress have to have their expectations of comfortable life frustrated. This is the direction to the developing nations, or in those days they were called underdeveloped nations, that you have to give up your way of life, your thinking, your lifestyle, your philosophy, your faith. This is called the Western anthropological modernity. This was the basis on which the underdeveloped nations or the developing nations' entire curriculum, training of IAS officers, their global idiom, everything was prepared around this, that you have to forget the past. Your past is a burden. Your past means backward. You have got to look to the future. And this is the way the Indian discourse went about. And the second thing is that the simmering civilizational urges or impulses of people began manifesting, because these are all not dealt with by media, not even by political researchers. I will tell how Japan, which was made to disown the Yasukuni temple. Yasukuni temple is the heart of Japan, the soul of Japan. 2.8 million Japanese who had laid down their life, their names are written there. And it is not just a temple. It is Japan. And America said you should not, it is proscribed. Nobody should go and worship. That temple there and the Ram temple here, I actually wrote the tale of 2 temples, how one temple shaped Japan, another temple shaped India. These are all things which I want to explain to you in the next 2 minutes. The post-war generation came to power in Japan, began recognizing Koizumi, who was the post-war generation product. He went and worshipped in the Yasukuni temple, and the entire world pounced on him. America, Russia, China, Korea, Taiwan. Everybody pounced. How can you go? It is a symbol of violence, symbol of war, symbol of death. Afterwards, Shinzo Abe, in his second term, he went. By that time, the world had adjusted itself to Japan. And when he went to worship, Shinzo Abe was asked, "What do you think about it?" I said, "I'm sorry that I didn't come my first term." Yasukuni temple has been legitimized in Japan, and that is the identity of Japan. Take in India the Ram Janmabhoomi movement. Ram temple movement was regarded as a national disaster, against secularism, promoting communalism, dividing India. This was the discourse. I was part of the movement, and we all struggled how to make these people realize that this is the only way by which our civilizational identity can be recovered. As Japan was struggling, India was also struggling. I wrote in 2002 a tale of two temples shaping up two nations. So the same thing happened in India. In 1990, civilizational urges of India manifested in the Ram temple movement that brought about all the political changes that took place later, and all of us know it. It's a recent history. Third thing is, in 2012, Russia declared itself as a civilizational state. You see, the anti-civilizational world order, which had suppressed the civilizational urges of the people, is getting dismantled one by one by one. Putin declared Russia is a civilizational state. Third, in 2021, China, which fought against its civilization, its culture, through the Cultural Revolution, destroyed all its past, and said past means dangerous, past means backward, past should be discarded. Xi Jinping said in the centenary year of the Communist Party that 10,000-year-old Chinese civilization is guiding us, will guide us forever in future. You can see the huge civilizational shift that is taking place in the world, and we are part of it. We promoted it, we initiated it through the Ram Janmabhoomi movement. And so the civilizational urges which had been kept suppressed through super nationalism that has been completely undermined in the last 3-4 decades. One more important development took place because the idea of nationalism is considered to be backward, it is against modern, and the Western modernity, which is sourced in the age of enlightenment, is the only source of modernity. Modern means Western was the way in which all of us were trained. I got educated in that. I was part of the education system which taught me West means modern, we means backward. This was the education system. This is the mindset. And in 2006, Sebastian Conrad, he came out with a fantastic narrative. He said, there is no single source of modernity. Every nation modernizes in its own way. Japan modernizes through Nihon Jinran. China modernizes through its own model. India modernizes. No one accepts that modern means the Western. We have to discard this. We have to accept there are multiple modernities in the world. These are all the developments that is taking place in the academic world. But the media is not very alert. It is not sensitive to it. So the discourse that should have been communicated at the mass level had not taken place. And the most important thing is the world order, which was anti-civilizational, has collapsed. Kissinger wrote when COVID hit the world that the world order will change forever. When the Ukraine war took place, Kissinger said the world order will get permanently restructured. And now everyone knows Trump has virtually declared that the world order is over. So these 4 developments will have to be read into the context of where India stands. You know, nationalism is an idea new to the West. Many people do not know. Before the 18th and 19th centuries, there was no nation in the West. It was all tribals. Marriages are defining the borders. Concubinages were defining the borders. And conquest was defining the borders. Many people do not know when in Germany was formed, when Italy was formed in 1861, only 2 to 3% of the Italian people spoke Italian language. It is a top-down model. People seized power and then began identifying, you are my followers. You are my citizens. That is how top-down efforts shaped the nations, and there was no sense of civilization. Because if you read Kissinger's diplomacy book, he puts it beautifully that the first effort to understand what is the concept of nation came from within the church. One Cardinal Richelieu, he began speaking about French interest, and that completely led to the breakup of the Habsburg Empire and the Roman Catholic Church. And when France was formed in 1789, only 12% people spoke French language. So you can understand that these are all not nations. They were all artificial constructs, resulting from power, resulting from conquest, resulting from marriages. And so they never understood what is nationalism. On top of it, when the world wars took place, they put all the burden on nationalism, saying that it is nationalism which destroyed the world. And so the very word nationalism is wrong. This is the basis of the discourse in India, that nationalism is backward, nationalism is anti-modern. This is from which we have now recovered nationalism. And I will make a very important point, that when the West wanted to understand nationalism, they had no basis. It is one Gellner who wrote a book in 1979 about cultural nationalism. They first knew about the link between nature, culture and nationalism only in 1979. In 1983, Anthony, a great author, he was his disciple, he followed it up. In 1995 only, they formed what is known as Nationalism Project. They are late entrants to the understanding of nationalism. So, West has nothing to teach us about nationalism, and our nationalism is something which is in the Rig Veda. Rig Veda talks about Rashtra, it talks about Rajya, it talks about Jana, and it talks about the relationship between all the three. It is 6,000 years old. Now I am going to read out to you. For 2,000 years, India had been defined, Bharat has been defined by Puranas, which are 2,000 years old. And I will read out some of the quotes which will surprise you, because this is not the thing which we are taught ordinarily, nor do we read. The Agni Purana says that which is dated before the Common Era, that Rashtra is the most important elements of the state. And Mahabharata, which dates back to 9th century BCE, speaks of India as Bharatavarsha. Vishnu Purana, which is 7th century to 9th century BCE, says the country which lies to the north of the ocean, to the south of the snowy mountains, is called Bharatam, and the indwelling descendants are called Bharatiyas. And Bharhasvatya Sutras, in the final centuries of BCE, says, starting from Himalayas and extending to the Indian Ocean is a great nation built by gods, and that is called Hindustan. Never in the history of the world you see such ancient literatures defining the territories, defining the people. And there are 18 Puranas in which Garuda Purana, Markandeya Purana, and Brahmanda Purana specifically says this is where Bharatavarsha is. As part of the world, where it stands. This is described like we see in the geography books today. This is our top-down, not top-down civilization. It is a bottom-upward civilization. And I saw it in Kumbh Mela when I went there. Some 60 crore people had come there, maybe even more. I was in a hut. When I experienced the people, who invited them? What consciousness brought them together? This is a bottom-upward civilization. The top might have been disturbed at some point in life, but the bottom kept India going, And that is the civilizational nation in India. And I will immediately compare in 2 minutes with what happened in the US. You know, US was formed by a top-down model. In the year 1780, when US declared itself as the republic, its population was just 78 lakhs. It was less than the population of many cities. So it brought people from outside and then turned it into a nation. And there is no relationship between the nation and the people. There was no sacred land. There was no sacred river. There is no sacred mountain. There is no sacred persons. You know, Italy has 32,000 canonized saints. America has just 3. It is only a real estate. The entire America is a real estate. Actually, unless you attach sacredness to the land, and the relationship between you and the land is a matter of continuity, cultural, civilizational, spiritual, social continuity, the relationship between you and the land is only one of real estate. So, the governing principle of Indian discourse is the real estate idea of how the West construed the idea of civilizational nationalism, and we have been able to maintain the 5,000-year continuity, which is now being regarded as the only identities of nations, just as Russia has realized, China has realized, Japan has realized. But the Indian discourse is not fully in tune with it. So it's extremely necessary that popular media like the Republic TV and many popular media will have to analyze. A cross-cultural analysis will have to be made to make us understand what is our identity, what is our origin, what is our journey, how is we are still continuing. Swami Vivekananda said, if 5,000 years before there is a situation that existed, we saw some people and we see them today, that will mean that there is a continuity. So I am extremely happy that the Indian rise is attributable to this for the simple reason that if this Ram Janmabhoomi had not resulted in the political developments in India that led to the formation of a government with majority in 2014, nothing would have happened later. The country would have been limping and limping and limping. It is the underlying spiritual, social, cultural, civilizational drive of India which promoted India into a political power that transformed into economic power, that became geopolitical power, that also became military power. And we must understand the source of all this is the civilizational nationalism of India. Thank you very much.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry. Sir.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody.
बाद में बात करेंगे.
अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu.
At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about
There were
you.
no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now?
This is
There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean.
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast, and the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air, and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort. And today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this? Why should we accept this provocation? Look at the visuals very clearly and ask for sensitivity here. Is there some signaling some people are trying to do? And what is the way these people should be dealt with who talk like that, who do these kind of things? If this is an attempt at trying to project a mindset of conflict and combat in our society, where is the rule of law? Is the messaging that they're ready for strife or wanting to create conflict, terrorism in society? Viewers,
If you remember the visuals of all the people injured and dead after the Red Fort blast, I want to ask this country tonight whether we will be open to debating these things or whether we should brush this under the carpet. I say we should not. We should collectively condemn attempts at celebrating terrorism directly or indirectly with acts like this one. We will have to talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing...
Some politicians are known for what they say, others for what they get done. The most consequential leaders are judged by both these standards. Nara Lokesh Garu has built a reputation for being the one who has driven the details. So before we have him up on stage, let's take a look at his model of governance in action.
True leadership cannot be inherited. Standing on a proven legacy, Nara Lokesh is taking his father's vision forward with pure, raw passion.
In terms of my lessons from my leader, is to be very patient and perseverant. If you see in his entire political journey, it's had great highs and great lows. He takes his highs as he takes his lows. And for me, that's been a great lesson.
For cutting the red tape, a minister who has cleared mega steel plants over a single WhatsApp message. A minister who has ensured 1 gigawatt data centers landed in Vizag. And a minister who has driven big-ticket green energy investments for Andhra Pradesh. He is a leader who ensures execution at the speed of thought.
We have reduced the cost by 13 paise per unit. So that's the kind of bold initiatives that this ministry and the group of ministers in Mr. Naidu's fourth term brings. A lot of freshness, a lot of excitement, a lot of energy to get things done.
Backed by a record mandate, epitomizing the face of the next gen of political leadership in India. Please welcome National Working President of the TDP and Minister in the Andhra Pradesh Cabinet, Shri Nara Lokesh, to the Republic Summit 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Nara Lokesh Garu, Minister of IT, Electronics, HRD and Real-Time Governance, Government of Andhra Pradesh, who will be in conversation with Arnab Goswami and Niranjan Narayanaswamy.
Thank you, Lokesh. Thank you, Niranjan. Just when I meet you, I realize how old I am because my association with you goes way beyond when your father was head of the coalition at the center. I think it was the late 90s. And Chandrababu ji was the most generous to reporters like us. We were the soundbite generation. We got a mic and we thought we could ask anything. And nobody liked us. We were pesky, irritating people asking banal questions. But somewhere, Chandrababu ji always had time for us, food for us, chai for us, and he would give us the inside story. And I must say that when I see you here today on stage, therefore it's like a flashback moment for me. Lokesh, you know, images of your dad come in my mind. And it's incredible to sit with you today as the face of governance of the new generation. I wanted this opportunity to get Nara Lokesh on stage because without trying to sound even slightly prophetic, I have a feeling that this young politician on stage here is going to do some big things in the future. I've had the opportunity of talking to him, understanding him, and he's come all the way. And I just told him one thing. I said, Lokesh, I need the people to get to know you a little better. So are we ready for a little intimate conversation with Lokesh? Because there's an X factor around him. The incredible thing about this Republic Summit, sorry for the long introduction, it's a bad habit. You know, I never end. At some point, you're going to have to tell me to keep quiet. The interesting thing about this Republic Summit, Lokesh, is that we have people who are not often on stage, but who are doing great things in this country. We have, after some time, we have Sudarshan Venu, who runs TVS, incredible company, global mobility, again, not very exposed on the national stage. We have Sridhar Vembu. I think he does great things at Zoho. We're going to get Professor Kamakoti, who's made IIT Madras into a center of bustling creative energy. And so, for me, I see all of this as part of a pattern. Lokesh, in your political journey, where are you placed right now? You know, I just want to start with a broad sweep. You've had many years in politics. Can you tell us about where you stand right now? How would you describe the last 10 years? And what is your vision for the next 10?
For me personally, I think it's been a very exciting journey. As you rightly said, it's a journey and not a destination. So it's very unfair to say, where do I stand right now in my political career? I believe that God willing, people blessing, I have another 40, 50 years of political career ahead of me as a person. Last decade has been rewarding. I've had the highest of highs, lowest of lows. I've taken my highs as I take my lows. I've taken my lows as I take my highs. And I've remained the same person, Lokesh. Nothing much has changed in that perspective. But what I see is an amazing opportunity for our nation. And I see that today, young leaders also should lead from the front, roll up their sleeves, and actually get things done. And that is the role that I see playing as we go about in my political journey.
So as of now, what are you rolling up your sleeves and getting done? In that, what is that one big thing? Because from my conversations with you in the past, I've realized you're all about execution. And you're in a terrible hurry to get things done. So what is your target? What is that one project that you're rolling up your sleeves and getting done as of this minute? Lokesh.
There are multiple projects that I'm getting done. I think it's very unfair to say this is the single project, number one. Number two, my chief minister has a clear vision that Andhra Pradesh should be a $2.4 trillion economy by 2047. And for all of you here, you know, Naidu ji is a man in a hurry. So when you have a boss like that, it makes it exceptionally difficult to also match to his speed. And I'm in eager rush to actually match his speed in that sense. Saying that, I handle two important portfolios. One is the Bharat portfolio, which is education. The other one is India portfolio, which is to attract investments and create jobs. And I'm doing interesting work in that sense in actually these two portfolios, which will differentiate Andhra Pradesh as we go forward and really set a new benchmark for India.
What is the target your boss has set for you?
Well, his point is very clear. We have to be a $2.4 trillion economy. That means we need to grow at 15% CAGR year on year as a state. That requires a lot of integration across departments. And as the chairman of group of ministers to create 2 million jobs in 5 years, our singular agenda with which I'm working today is actually to create jobs. That's what keeps me up. That's what keeps me driven day in, day out.
We just had Himanta Biswa Sarma earlier, and everybody's pushing for investment, investment, and more investment. What remains unique about Andhra as an investment destination, if any?
I'll give you the 3 S's. First is speed, second is stability, third is service. Just to give you a few numbers, Google project, which was briefly mentioned in the video, it's India's single largest FDI investment ever. This is in a data center. From handshake to shovel, 13 months. ArcelorMittal Greenfield Steel Plant, from handshake to shovel, 17 months. I'll give you another number. AMCA, which is India's attempt at building indigenous fighter jet, a stealth fighter jet, handshake to shovel, 37 days. So that is the speed that Andhra Pradesh stands for and differentiates. Second is stability. You know, our leadership has an amazing track record where his policies have stood the test of time and politics, and we have delivered on that. Third is service. I look at all the entrepreneurs, the industries as nation builders. You here create jobs. You build the nation. And I look at you with a lot of respect, and I'm here as a politician to serve and deliver on the promise. So these are the 3 S's that I believe is what is making Andhra Pradesh different from other states. And that is why today we're able to attract 25% of investments that are actually coming to India. 25%, single state. So that's what makes Andhra Pradesh different from any other state in India.
I'm going to ask a couple of more quick ones and then hand it over to Niranjan. You know, what is it that, if any, that differentiates Nara Lokesh, or your generation, I would say? What is different in the way that those of your age bracket look at the relationship between business and politics? See, we've seen in the last 3 decades of my journalistic career, I've seen a different relationship between business and politics 25 years back and today. Today, it is not parasitic. It is not patronage. It is not what we in India used to call the Jajmani system. It is not based only on personal deliverables. It is based on strict performance deliverables. So the straight question, and we would like to know, there are many people from business in the audience, would your generation or you personally look at the relationship between business and politics differently from those a generation older or 2 generations older? Do you see anything changing? And I'm not talking only in the context of your boss. His approach was very different. I'm talking about the traditional relationship between politics and business earlier and now. Thank you.
Yeah. Arnabji, after you spend a decade and a half or 2 decades with a leader, we all become a carbon copy of your leader. It's a culture that permeates. Day in, day out, when you're talking to your leader, exchanging ideas, the culture permeates. And in our, being a regional party, we've always had nation at heart. We came out policies that have helped the nation, and Andhra Pradesh got the first mover advantage. We've done that with data centers. We are doing that with few more sectors. So I believe that businessmen have an important role to play. They are nation builders. They create jobs. They are today building critical infrastructure. Saying that it's no longer just Andhra Pradesh vying for their rupee or their dollar. Every other state, I'm competing with every other state. And I'm differentiating myself with the 3 S's. And that is what I believe will make Andhra Pradesh a better place than any other state. And today, if you know, quite a few of the business houses that are already investing in Andhra, if you look at it, they are very diversified business houses. So they require multiple ministries to integrate. And that's the exact job that I'm doing. I update them on a weekly basis on the status of their project, because it is in my interest that I ground the project, create those jobs, and create that local economic impact that these kind of investments actually make.
Okay, I have a couple of more. Niranjan, one more. Niranjan is thinking this guy's grabbed the mic. Anyway, he's my boss.
What's new?
He sits in the studio for 2 hours every day ad nauseum. And yet, even in the one opportunity I'm sitting there, he's grabbed the mic. Niranjan, forgive me. I just one question because, I need to push the envelope a little bit with you now. Because there's a feeling that because he is the most, in numbers, powerful ally of the BJP, that you get differential treatment. So the nation wants to know, Mr. Lokesh, because of your political power, do you get differential treatment? Do you get special treatment? If so, to what extent? How does that make you complacent? Is there a deliverable with it? You can choose to answer this. And the reason I ask this question, and I'll explain this, is because when I understood the financial model of the Amravati project from you personally, I saw that there was a tremendous amount of capital raised that was done by the state of Andhra Pradesh and not coming from Delhi. I hope I'm understood here. It's not like, there's a feeling in Delhi that all the money is being given from Delhi, but that's not the case. So I want you to, this question is also an opportunity for you to dispel that myth and get into some hard numbers, please, if you may. Thank you.
Arnabji, definitely having more number of MPs help in terms of having a conversation at the table, having your voice heard. Saying that what did we gain as a state and as a person? Having a dinner with the Prime Minister. The Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, was very kind enough to host me. And I've understood his vision. I've understood what he wants states to deliver. Today, to be very honest, the central government is creating world-class policies. Policies where in other countries they are unable to do. He's able to give us vision, direction and guidance. But he's looking at states to execute. And today Andhra Pradesh is taking that opportunity, is running faster than any other state. And therefore we are getting rewarded for it. It's as simple as that. See, if other states are sleeping and I'm going to the Raksha Mantri and saying that I heard you're having a project and please come to Andhra Pradesh, obviously he's going to choose us because we have the land ready. 37 days, 600 acres delivered to Government of India, 0 rupees taken by the state. So that is the speed, and the Honorable Prime Minister is looking at states that are going to run. He's saying you guys compete. And that's what I believe. When states compete, India wins. Saying that even Amravati is a great example of it. They gave the startup capital. So Government of India gave 12 or 13,000 crores of startup capital to get the project going. But that was just the beginning. We raised money. It's a self-financing project. It's going to be a world-class city that India has not seen. We are building infrastructure that will make every Indian proud and say, yes, we are no longer going to talk about cities in different parts of the world. We are going to talk about this city called Amravati in India, built by designed by world-class architects, where knowledge gets transferred to our architects, and we can go about showcase it to the world. So that's what is going to make us different from rest of the states.
How much have you raised beyond the seed capital?
See, we are going
to see the level of your ambition, the degree of your aggressiveness in being able to push together an infrastructure project of this scale. And I also want to understand the time limits of your execution and whether there is a political timeline that you keep in mind, because politicians like to deliver things just before the elections. Yeah, I want to understand all three, please. And Niranjan, after this, I'm giving the mic to you. Thank you. Sorry, Niranjan.
So the first, to answer your question, right? Amravati, we made a promise to the Prime Minister because he restarted all the projects that 2028, we are going to open all the buildings in Amravati, which is your core capital area, the government complexes. That is the first promise we made, which is our Secretariat, our Assembly, High Court. That's a promise that we made. We will deliver on it. How much money do we need to raise in this whole process run up to building the capital city? It's going to cost us 60,000 crores. 60,000 crores is the capital that we are going to raise to build a world-class capital city. And it's not just about the government. We already have education institutions coming up. I'm not too sure how many of you know here. BITS is building their quantum campus in Amravati. And it's going to start taking admissions next year. So that's the pace at which development is happening. Hospitals, hotels, convention centers, educational institutions, because we don't want it to just be a government city. We wanted to have it to have a soul. and it should become an economic powerhouse for the state of Andhra Pradesh. See, if I have to achieve the $2.4 trillion economy, it's not going to be one city. There are going to be multiple economic regions. So we have Visakhapatnam economic region, Amravati economic region, and Tirupati economic region, each with a very distinct focus. So Visakhapatnam is where the data centers, the IT, the ecosystem is now getting built up. Amravati is where the entire quantum ecosystem is getting built up. And Rayalaseema, which we call the Tirupati economic region, is where the entire manufacturing ecosystem is getting built up. So while Amravati is going to be our capital city, we are equally developing rest of Andhra Pradesh.
Niranjan.
On a lighter note, Nara Lokesh, for one of these summits, we tried to invite the former Chief Minister, and I remember traveling to Vizag. And I have to tell you, talking about these capitals, the state of Vizag back then, I can't tell you the condition in which the roads were, right? In this competition to build capitals, new cities, most often what people forget is what is really required, and that is the drive. And to look at the TDP of NDA 1 under Modi ji to TDP 2 under the current dispensation, right? There's a lot of generational gap. Your MPs back then were much older. The attitudes were much more different. There were many more controversies. But today when I see you and your MPs here, they're way younger. You're 43, there are leaders in India who are 15 years older than you and still call themselves youth leaders. But that apart, you have MPs here. I think you introduced us to one of your MPs who was in his 30s. So that generational shift, is it a conscious effort to build a new party under your wings? How are you looking at it? And why are you increasingly pushing for younger people? Is it working out for you?
See, every political party has to go through its own sets of transition. If you look at it, when our founding father NTR ji started the party, he gave doctors, engineers, great opportunities to join politics. They've become very well established leaders. They have led the party for 40, 45 years, 4 decades. They themselves on multiple occasions have said that now party has to also find next generation leaders to lead from here. And that's the exact transition we have done. In the last election, if you notice, 50% of our legislatures are first-timers. 17 out of 25 ministers are first-timers. We have the youngest parliamentary party. And our MP, Rammohan Naidu, is the Minister of Civil Aviation, is the youngest cabinet minister in Indian history. It's very important that this transition happens because we need to understand the aspirations of the youth of India, and they should be well represented in the political system also, and even in terms of governance delivery. So the transition is what we are very conscious about as a political party. Though, as I said, we are a regional party, but we have India at heart. And we believe that we, as an important ally in NDA, all forms of India under Vajpayee ji and now under Modi ji, we have always contributed to the nation in terms of policy frameworks.
Arnab, can I take one more question?
Please don't.
Okay, on a lighter note. So, growing up, we always saw your father, and he always had this reputation of being the man who introduced the word IT. He was known as someone, and he's still known, of course, he's very, very progressive in that sense. So he was known as the man who introduced IT into India, under the undivided Andhra, right? And now you seem to have a very, very sort of a similar path that you're trying to take with this AI transformation. So it was IT for Chandrababu Naidu, AI for Nara Lokesh. Is there a conscious effort that you're putting in to push AI? How important is that for you?
For all of you who know my Chief Minister Naidu ji, he doesn't leave anything for us. So IT is him, AI is him, quantum is also him. He's not left much for me. But my job is execution. So what you see today in Andhra Pradesh is you have a visionary leader who gives the trajectory on which side the state should go. And then he has a young set of team who's simply focused on execution, ensuring the rubber meets the road. And that is what is differentiating us as a state, number one. Number two, see, Naidu ji is a brand. And this brand enables us to open doors. And that is what has happened for us. Of course, I've used his brand. That's how I got my foot in the door into Google. But then I had to execute it. And that's how we landed the project, work started. And a year from now, we'll actually dedicate this data center to Bharat. And that's what makes us different. And I believe that, as I say, Naidu's 4.0 oh, this is his fourth term as chief minister. I believe it's completely different term compared to his previous 3 terms. And I jokingly tell my young team, I say, Mr. Naiduji always says 94 was a great time. 95, the first time he became the chief minister. He said, I had a great team. This is how we used to work. This is how we used to work. And I keep telling all my young Turks that we should compete with that. The day we should work so hard that the day will come and Mr. Naiduji will say, yaar, 2024 ka team bada tha. It was amazing. This was the perfect team. So that is what drives us day in, day out.
This is a very interesting session because what we are getting here, as we look into this, we are looking at Nara Lokesh. Now, Nara Lokesh is one of the most watched, most closely watched, now you're being very closely watched, second generation leader in India today. And we are happy for that. And therefore, the double challenge of you to, and you have moved very much, I must congratulate you through your work decisively, in a way out of the shadow of your legendary father, right, who is very, very strongly there. And you're carving a identity as a technology-first reformer. Now, in a choice between people and business, and ladies and gentlemen, right now Sridhar Vembu is walking in. Let's give him a big round of applause. That's an amazing man, the founder of Zoho. Sridhar Vembu ji, please sit, sir. Please sit. Thank you very much. So my question is, and this is interesting for you, Sridhar ji. Interesting question I'm asking Lokesh ji out here. That does it sometimes happen to be a choice between your political and your business targets? For example, you are positioning Andhra and you, your father, particularly you, as India's data center revolution center, right? You want to be attracting significant AI infrastructure investment, but you're also grappling with issues which are of the real world of power and energy. And large-scale data power centers really consume a lot of both. And then you have the needs of the local communities. So we are very keen to know whether this is a policy challenge that you see becoming increasingly strong as you go forward. A. B. In the search for scalability, are you doing something for it now rather than deferring the problem to 4 to 5 years later, when the dependency on these centers for the business you're growing, the tech-first business, may be greater? Lokesh ji.
Arnab ji, I think the most important thing is to make the farmers, your electorate, part of the growth story and the journey. It's important for us to educate, put our viewpoint also in front of them. See, we keep talking about water requirement for a data center. It's a known fact. Data centers require water. But I'll give you a number, 3,000 TMC. 3,000 TMC is the amount of water that goes from Godavari into the sea. 3,000 TMC. That's equivalent to the annual consumption of Brazil. Annual consumption of Vietnam. All I'm asking is 1.5 TMC. And today I have the irrigation network. Polarum project is going to be done where I'll be able to take this water. Right? I'll be able to take this water for the data center requirement, number one. Number two, when you look at it, India has one grid, one nation, which differentiates us from the rest of the world. Today, I have a lot of renewable energy assets in the southern part of Andhra Pradesh. My ability to roll this energy to the data centers makes it very easy. Saying that, if you look at what's happening, now already restrictions have started coming in terms of the AI platforms. Every country has started to protect themselves. So it's very important that India has to look at it from an infrastructure level. India has to look at it from a technology stack level where we are also differentiated. We have our own sovereign stack. Otherwise, time will come where we will be left high and dry.
Are you planning for it now?
Absolutely. Huh? I'll give you another number. Energy consumption in Andhra Pradesh has gone up by 17%, 1/7, year on year. It's the highest compared to any other state. And I need to plan for it because we are at 15,000 megawatts today. At this pace, before even all my projects I've signed are grounded, I'm already on this hyper growth. I need to plan for my energy requirements. I need to plan for my water requirements. And this is what keeps us up day in, day out. And every minister, from my irrigation to our energy minister, we are very focused on it. And that's how we are able to deliver.
So the contradiction here is that, earlier it was appeasement politics towards electorates. Now you say that you do real-time governance. You say that you have a real-time governance dashboard. I have been told that you have some kind of a dashboard. It sounds like a fighter jet cockpit where you have a real-time governance dashboard. Is it possible to do that? Is it only a attractive catchphrase, a positioning tool, a marketing gimmick, or is it really possible to do that? I mean, what is this real-time governance dashboard that you have already started?
So let me give you,
what does it mean for an average citizen?
So let me give you another interesting fact. Before the NDA government came into power, that is in 2024, Andhra Pradesh had the lowest literacy level. Very paradoxical thing, right? When Andhra Pradesh contributes to IT in such a big way, how is it that Andhra Pradesh has the lowest literacy level? Because we never monitored dropouts. The preceding 5 years, 19 to 24, adult education was given a miss. Today, just in our education department, the way minister looks at data is a similar format in which my grassroots functionary, which could be my headmaster, looks at data. That enables to align our entire goals. That is enabling me to deliver results. If you look at our results as government schools, we have shown fantastic progress last year. This is the first year where close to 85,000 students migrated from the private school to the government schools in Andhra Pradesh. Data enables you to take decisions. Data enables you to understand where's the problem. Today, sitting in Amravati, I know exactly which schools I need to focus to improve my performance, which school contributed to lowest level, and even in which subject, which teacher, which student. We have done that entire link. When private sector can do it, why not the government? That's how governments should run, and that's the direction that my chief minister has given. And imagine we are doing this across ministries. And we're able to aggregate data centrally and guide the ministers. We know agriculture commodity prices. We are understanding water movement. Because based on when rain will come, I know how much water to move because irrigation moving water is very expensive. So we are planning relatively in advance, and that's how we are able to deliver growth rates that other states are unable to deliver.
Did you intend to join politics after Stanford?
I knew I'll join politics before Stanford. So there's an essay on why Stanford. It's a very unique thing for Stanford Business School. They say, why Stanford? And that's where I wrote that, I will make the transition from the private sector to the public sector, and I believe Stanford Stanford MBA would really equip me making the transition. So I knew this from day one. So actually, a lot of people ask me this question, what made you join politics? In 2004, Mr. Naidu lost an election. And exactly a year later, I went to a wedding with him, big fat Indian wedding. There were 5,000 people in the wedding. And when Mr. Naidu ji walked in, all 5,000 people stood up in respect. 5,000 people. So that's when I realized this is one profession where that kind of respect can actually be earned. And that's what really got me into politics.
Let me tell you, that is well deserved. It's not for all politicians. But Chandrababu ji certainly deserves that respect. And I think this has been a great, promising start. I've really enjoyed the conversation. You're very positive, and I wish you all the best. Is something giving you sleepless nights?
My father.
God, this is the real moment. Can you say that again so I get that 40-second? Why is Chandrababu Naidu giving his son sleepless nights? The nation wants to know. I'll send this to him, by the way. Yeah.
Well, he's a tough taskmaster. We were celebrating the fact that we attracted 25% of India's investments. And I'm the chair of the group of ministers. So I was like, yeah, I've done a decent job. Not a great job, I know you won't agree. He looks at me and says, you've left 75% on the table. Why are you not getting the other 75%? So imagine if you have a chief minister like that, you will have sleepless nights. And it's fun working with him, working for him, working under him.
Don't complain. You are enjoying it completely. Absolutely. I thank you very much. I thank you very much. And I think we should wish him all the best for what he does in the future. Man to watch out for, Nara Lokesh. A man to watch out for. Thank you very much. Thank you. Niranjan, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Nara Lokesh Garu, Minister of IT Electronics, HRD, Real-Time Governance, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Arnab, please do us the honors. Niranjan, if you could. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our dynamic and young minister. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
ऑप्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग, 4 लोगों के पास है।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert.
No,
absolutely true.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast, and the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort. And today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this? Why should we accept this provocation? Look at the visuals very clearly and ask for sensitivity here. Is there some signaling some people are trying to do? And what is the way these people should be dealt with, who talk like that, who do these kind of things? If this is an attempt at trying to project a mindset of conflict and combat in our society, where is the rule of law? Is the messaging that they're ready for strife or wanting to create conflict, terrorism in society? Viewers, if you remember the visuals of all the people injured and dead after the Red Fort blast, I want to ask this country tonight whether we will be open to debating these things or whether we should brush this under the carpet. I say we should not. We should collectively condemn attempts at celebrating terrorism directly or indirectly with acts like this one. We will have to talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video is...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the grip.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert.
No,
absolutely true.
slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age, but some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad. Now, to cover himself up, I'll go to the second set of pictures now, which will be of the first original video and the video he's released. In the first original video, Bhagwant Mann is seen doing something terrible, disrespectful, and sprinkling alcohol on pictures of Sikh gurus. And that's the original video. Today, for some strange reason, Bhagwant Mann has come out with his own video. And God knows where he's got this actor from. It seems he's got an actor who's shown in doing some of the same kind of things. And then he's saying that this person in the video is not me. Hello, wake up, Bhagwant Mann, wake up. This is your own video. You made this video. This is the stupidest thing anyone can do. To hire an actor, try to recreate the original visual, which you deny, and claim that the visual in the video which you have made is not you. Of course it's not you. Bhagwant Mann, let's not be foolish here. You got an actor to do this. And now you're saying the actor has a silicone gel put on him. But where the hell did this video come from, Bhagwant Mann? Are you stinging yourself? Are you being so foolish, so stupid that you've done a sting operation on yourself? Or is it that you hired an actor, Bhagwant Mann, that you hired an actor to do this enactment to deny it was you? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if the Chief Minister is watching. I want to tell him, you are in a trap of your own making. You're not going to come out of this. You have released 2 videos today to torpedo the cover-up story that has come out of a Haryana police investigation that found that Bhagwant Mann sent the Punjab police to manufacture certain forensic reports to help himself. Unfortunately for Bhagwant Mann, because these kind of pictures have now come out, you can put these silicone masks, make somebody look like somebody else. It's like a Hollywood trick. Did someone tell Bhagwant Mann that I'll pull out a Hollywood stunt to help you? And I want to ask Bhagwant Mann, why the hell have you put out some own videos of yourself? Who does that? You deny that the original video is not you, it's fine, then we'll debate that. But why the hell are you, Bhagwant Mann, releasing videos of actors who are behaving like you? These are actors, we know that. And there are other distinct differences in the...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला। साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे हर सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है तो उसकी स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे वो जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला हम्बल हो, मैं हम्बल हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now?
This is
There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast, and the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Months back, there was a blast at Red Fort, and today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this? Why should we accept this provocation? Look at the visuals very clearly and ask for sensitivity here. Is there some signaling some people are trying to do, and what is the way these people should be dealt with who talk like that, who do these kind of things? If this is an attempt at trying to project a mindset of conflict and combat in our society, where is the rule of law? Is the messaging that they're ready for strife or wanting to create conflict, terrorism in society? Viewers, if you remember the visuals of all the people injured and dead after the Red Fort blast, I want to ask this country tonight whether we will be open to debating these things or whether we should brush this under the carpet. I say we should not. We should collectively condemn attempts at celebrating terrorism directly or indirectly with acts like this one. We will have to talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that
Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening. You're watching Republic TV and I am Rakshita Mishra with you with the news this Saturday. Let's take a quick check of the headlines and then we jump into our big story. Republic breaks the agenda-setting story from Pakistan. Lashkar terrorists spotted at Shoaib Akhtar's brother. Pahalgam attack mastermind Saifullah Qasuri also spotted. TVK minister at the center of drug controversy. Vijay government minister Sarathkumar allegedly seen crushing white powder. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Seychelles attend 50th Seychelles National Day as guest of honor. More details emerge in Ketan Agarwal murder case. Chetan and Sia allegedly deleted messages from mobiles. US, Israel and Lebanon signed trilateral deal after fifth round of negotiations. US strikes Iranian missile drone sites after cargo ship attack. Tehran hits back. Viewers, our top focus today is the story that Republic TV broke, exposing the deep nexus between Pakistan's civil society and the terror groups. And we're talking about the prominent figures in Pakistan. The funeral of former Pakistani cricketer Shoaib Akhtar's brother in Islamabad has drawn the headlines, the wrong reasons, as Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists that include Saifullah Qasuri, who is the mastermind of Pahalgam terror attack, was spotted at the funeral. Republic TV super exclusive video shows several LAT terrorists present at the funeral standing next to Shoaib Akhtar. One of the terrorists, Inamus Rahman, is the president of PMML, and Saifullah Qasuri, the Pahalgam terror attack mastermind. Inam ur Rahman is the president of Pakistan Markazi Muslim League. They have attended the funeral along with Abdullah Tur, who is the Deputy General Secretary of the organization, Hafiz Umar, and Amjad Bhatti, also part of it. So viewers, in fact, we have been now joined by defense expert Major Samarpal Tur on the broadcast, also journalist, cricket journalist and founder of BoardCricket.com, Mr. Gaurav Sethi on the broadcast. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us this evening on Republic TV. Go to Major Samarpal Tur first. Well, Major Tur, is not the first time that we've seen how the ecosystem thrives in Pakistan. We've seen army officers also who have attended funerals of terrorists in Pakistan. But now when these scenes come out again and again, and this is a man who has is back in time talked about Ghazwa-e-Hind. He has talked about invading Kashmir. Shoaib Akhtar, 5 years ago, he had made that statement in an interview. And today his links are out in the open. But we continue to see that Pakistan remains part of the ICC events, and there is no isolation of this terroristan that we see continues to thrive and openly hosts these terrorists.
Well, Rakshita, you see, whenever such things happen, see, it's not for the first time. Like, let's recall that Javed Miadad, his son is married to Dawood Ibrahim's daughter. So it's an open fact. It's open, it's out in the public. The whole world knows about it. Yet, neither the Indian government nor the international agencies are interested in catching Dawood, who's stationed in Pakistan. So that is one hard fact. Second is the link of Dawood Ibrahim with cricket. Then, getting his son married, his daughter married to Javed Miadad's son, who's been a legend in Pakistan, in the cricket field. So that. Then second is, when Masood Azhar's family was affected in Op Sindoor, we saw these militant outfits, their top brass were present at the funeral. What is the link? That is what I want to establish. That you see in that funeral, even the military top brass was there.
Yes.
Shahid Afridi openly gave statements supporting these terror organizations, calling for jihad. So again, that was a shocking statement by a sportsperson who's encouraging terrorism. Then now comes Shoaib Akhtar, where funeral is attended by Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen. And then let's go to Imran Khan.
Yes.
He always used to say that whenever I go on a cricket field, it is a jihad, when it is a match against India. So that is their mindset. So you see, it is in the mind, and there is some relation between Pakistan Cricket Board, the terror tanzeems, and these cricketers. There is a nexus. I give you this statement on record with full conviction that Pakistan Cricket Board is getting money and is also funding the terror tanzeems somehow or the other, which needs to be investigated. And there are definitely links of these cricketers, though they are famous and popular, no doubts about it. But these wanted, blacklisted leaders present at the funerals, they give another story altogether. They are definitely not strangers. They are acquainted. They know each other. Not now, but since many years. That is the reason why they are there. So, I mean, somebody has to give some clarification somewhere. Else, everybody is giving this a free hand, especially in Pakistan. Somebody has to be answerable.
Absolutely. And Mr. Gaurav Sethi, well, we've had these conversations in the past many a times about boycotting Pakistan. While we see that there has been continuous participation from the country, and we see that the cricketers who are icons in their country, there are youngsters who look up to them. These are prominent figures who have been actively part of broadcast in India also. They have appeared on Indian television so many times. We've seen them being part of the KKR as well. And even in the World League, we see them in the Legends League also, where the Indian companies are also. There are Indian team owners also of the Legends Cricket League who have Pakistani cricketers in them, part of their team. So this has been continued for a long, long time. Don't you think it's time that the international cricket community, along with India taking lead, should be doing and sending out a message that this shameful, openly public display of support to terrorism stops, and Pakistan, which is always exposed, should be shamed and boycotted?
Now, on the face of it, what we do see is that cricket and terror seem to be part of Pakistan's mainstream. And when you have two very iconic, almost imagine to call terror an iconic part of Pakistan, at the same time cricket, and both of the two coming together, various events, not just now, but previously also, that terror is accepted and openly moves about in Pakistan, and the perpetrators of terror openly move as if they are part of mainstream, because they are part of mainstream. It is not an assumption. So when you do see at an event such as this, the importance of it, yes, it was Shoaib Akhtar's brother who had passed away, but you do see that you have people who have been perpetrators of terror openly there at, say, an event such as this, which has happened previously. Now, coming to what cricket can do or is able to do, I think that is at times maybe pushing cricket far too much, because apart from the bilaterals which India and Pakistan do not play and haven't played for a very long time, I think we've lost count of how long it has been, but that is a stand which was taken previously. But continue to play each other in world events, ICC sanctioned events, and that continues because of the demands of the ICC and sport. And even though India has such a controlling interest in the ICC, it is just as far as it can go. I think these are reminders that India as a state must do far more. I mean, whether it is behind the scenes or otherwise, to make certain moves which do not irk us so much when we see certain things such as this. Because I think it is part of, I mean, it's ironic to call it civic society, but that is Pakistan's civic society, where terror, as my co-panelist mentioned, it is pretty much part that these people have been seen from the times of, we're going back to Sharjah, where Dawood was a part of every match that was played in Dawood. We know about Bollywood that was present. The nexus is very deep. And if you look to open it, you're opening a can of worms. But it is all there on video. The images are there. Dawood Ibrahim was always a part of Sharjah in the 80s, as was Bollywood. There are so many, I don't know, knots and tentacles which move into each other. And part of it goes into India and Pakistan. How two countries that cannot coexist still seem to exist, or coexist in maybe a very rabid way. But that is the truth of the matter. And I do think that cricket, time and again, is picked as maybe a soft target. And there is, or are stronger ways to maybe bring out what we do feel as a nation other than just using sport. Sport, yes, is soft power. We have done it. There are no bilaterals. There will be no bilaterals. But we also understand that ICC events, India and Pakistan, continue to play, and they play. They're there in the same group. And I think it's pretty much a joke, because both these teams, when they are playing each other in World Cups, they play each other again and again and again. And that is how the groups are made. So at one hand, we want to boycott Pakistan. We want to make sure that they do not have a say on the cricketing table. But at the same time, because of the revenue that it brings, we continue to find ourselves in the same group as Pakistan. So this is double-speak if there ever was. But that is what the cricketing economy works on that. And that is an acceptance. So there is business at one end, which is doable, acceptable. But at the other end, we will be talking about such things and saying, terror is out there at a funeral of a prominent Pakistan cricketer's elder brother.
And the wounds are fresh, Major Toor. The wounds are as fresh as Pahalgam terror attack that happened in April. And the mastermind is spotted right next to Shoaib Akhtar. I mean, and we've seen even the cricket team, so many times they have made gestures during the field. You know, the gestures they make of downing the jets, so many times, they enjoy that thrill, that there is open support. I mean, at least the BCCI and the ICC and the countries should come together and hold the boards accountable, hold the team accountable, and that the fact that this country has sponsored terror on Indian soil, and that continues. There is no, there's no what we see that they don't have not borne any brunt, while the blood of the innocents continues to be, continue to be shared on Indian soil.
I mean, Rakshita, the bottom line is, if somebody asks in the world a very basic general knowledge question, where was Osama bin Laden found and killed? Everybody knows the country which was responsible for harboring him. That is just 5 kilometers away from the Pakistan Military Academy. So was that a joke? I mean, Pakistan cannot simultaneously ask the world to believe it is fighting terrorism while internationally designated terror group commanders are, attending these funerals openly. They are roaming scot-free. There is no accountability. So basically, India's position is simple, that terrorism has no religion, no justification, no strategic value. Any state that tolerates, shelters or enables terrorist infrastructure must be held accountable. And these images should be, put into a dossier and sent to the United Nations and to all other organizations, asking them that, what is it, why is the world silent on this? It's a mockery that they're making of the international law, the UN, and probably I think the time is going to run out someday. It's not a very difficult task to send a drone and target these people who are hiding in caves and different isolated locations in Pakistan. It's one day's work. It's just that we respect the sovereignty of other nations. We are part of the United Nations. We are part of an international platform, and we want to solve everything in a civilized manner. But unfortunately, our Western neighbor is not able to comply with the civilized standard.
Of the older time, that's all the time we have right now for this discussion. And right now, viewers, before we let you go, we leave you with the visuals of Indian Navy's INS Ikshak, indigenously built survey vessel Larch, arrived at Port Victoria in Seychelles as part of her operational deployment to the Southwest Indian Ocean region. Visit coincides with the 50th National Day celebrations of Seychelles. Prime Minister Modi also attending this day as guest of honor. And of course, this we see that it also displays the maritime partnership, the enduring maritime partnership and close friendship between India and Seychelles. And in fact, during the port call, INS Ikshak will participate in the National Day celebrations, engaging in a series of professional interactions with the Seychelles Defence Forces aimed at enhancing maritime cooperation and interoperability. The ship will also undertake community outreach initiatives, including medical camps and the distribution of essential supplies, further strengthening goodwill and people-to-people ties between the two nations.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air, and it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane, and there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, Le fir aage, which means, look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort. And today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I remember I went and came back very proudly with a Radiohead cassette.
Okay.
And the rewind button.
Yes.
And I would know exactly how to rewind to the first note of Radiohead and the crit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some songs just lift you up. And I like songs that are a mix of soulful and at the same time very strong lyrics.
No, and Radiohead's Creep is the best song for introverts because it actually defines what an introvert is, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know that
Ricky Cage just called me introvert.
No,
absolutely true.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat, always.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Kyali pulao. Sorry.
Kyali pulao. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age. But some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back, of a younger Bhagwant Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwant Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate another force that has taken India to the world, our cinema. Indian storytelling today reaches every continent, every culture, and every generation. In an industry built on larger-than-life stars, and in an era of content overload, Ram Charan has built something rarer and eternal. For nearly 2 decades, he has been at the forefront of Indian cinema, delivering record-breaking successes and taking Indian cinema across the world. From the soil of Mogaltur to the global stage at the Oscars, he's not just taken forward a legacy born of sheer discipline. I now invite the next-gen megastar, Ram Charan, to join Republic Executive Editor Niranjan Narayanaswamy on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for him.
Okay, first of all, we're very lucky to have with us this evening. I don't know how many events there are where you have 2 Oscar-winning stars in the audience. After Slumdog Millionaire, RRR, Anil Kapoor ji, very, very lucky to have you with us, and Ram Charan on stage with us at the same event. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And he's here on the back of a successful hit. In fact, I was just told that walking into this hall, the latest numbers were 450 crore and running. His latest movie, Peddi, 450 crore and running, which makes it the 5th largest grosser in Telugu movies. He's got 2 movies in the top 5, RRR and now Peddi. Fantastic. Ram?
Thank you, sir.
The theme is the New Age superstar, right? Why did these 2 movies click? Let me start with that. Why did Peddi click? Why did you do Peddi? And by the way, I was told that Peddi was done by a relatively new producer, a new team, and you were in the lead, so it's completely your success.
Good evening, Delhi. Thank you so much for having me, Republic TV, Niranjan ji. And good evening, everybody. Thank you. Anil ji, namaste. So, thank you for the humble introduction. I'll take it with a pinch of salt. But I think any movie works solely because of the sincerity in the story. I think my director was very sincere in writing this story. He didn't follow any formulas or the pre-existing ways of doing a hit blockbuster. He broke all of that. He believed in the content which is true to its soul. The core was very important. It is like a boy who's fighting for his identity. Pehchan ke liye, he was fighting for it. For example, everybody in Delhi will relate to it. Delhi is a place you have many immigrants coming from different cities and working here and making this their home as long as they work. But unki pehchan, unki core, unke apna feeling is always in the hometown they came from. And it is somebody who's coming here and making a living, and the hardship he has in bringing back that recognition back to his gaon ke liye kuch karna chahita tha. So it's the journey of a man who's finding his identity, and through his identity finding the town and the small tribal clan that he came from, giving them a recognition who were never on the map of India.
Ram, new age superstar, and Anil Kapoor ji is here. So there's a reason why we call it new age superstar, because you see the kind of movies that are becoming hits. You have Pushpa series.
He's an evergreen superstar.
He's evergreen. That's why we call him the evergreen entertainer. So you have the likes of Pushpa, right? Pushpa series, and you look at KGF, you look at Kantara, and you look at RRR. All these hits that are coming, they're not typically coming from who you would call a Bollywood superstar. Sorry, sir, once again, no offense to anybody in Bollywood, but they're from different movie industries. What is it that is making these movies click and they're just, being accepted by the people?
I think all industries are doing great. Bengal industry, Hamara Hindi industry, they've been doing fantastic films for 4 decades. And we used to look up and say, ek din hum bhi, Amitabh ji ke saath, or Amkab ji jaisa, or Anil ji jaisa, or and Salman Khan sir. We have to be like that. They were an inspiration for many, many years. It's just that our films are also being accepted and they have been recognized. Everybody is doing it. It's just that we've been recognized.
Very diplomatic and very humble, Ram.
Absolutely. You cannot take away the 40 years of 50 years or 60 years of amazing movies they've given us.
Absolutely. Now, today we had Nara Lokesh here, Nara Lokesh ji, and something common between him and you, my personal opinion is, he didn't take, of course, his father has been a 4-time chief minister. And he didn't take that, as for granted. And he is a self-made politician, right? Now, he's a man on a mission.
Absolutely.
And he's doing a fantastic job. Now, you come from a family of actors. I mean, your father is a superstar, right? But you have been able to carve a name for yourself and a space for yourself, and you are undoubtedly, you're making movies that are the biggest in the Telugu industry, right? And nationally as well. How difficult has it been for you? I mean, it's a personal question, you can open up on it. For you to grow out of the shadows and be known for your own identity.
I mean, I don't know if you believe this. Since I was a kid, obviously, the directors and producers who come home, they do make your shoulders feel heavy when they leave. Ek din tera baap ke jaisa rehna chahiye, or do better than him. But I had an amazing quality in me. I was just ignorant to that. If you say ignorance is bliss, I'm a classic example. I was not paying attention to that. I was seeing something else, and probably my dad was a dad at home. He was a very present father. I never had the stardom, any kind of movie information or any dialogues coming in our dining table, in our living room. All of that used to be blocked in the office space. So we never got the heat of stardom and the heat of what I need to do when I go. So he made us feel very normal. So we just had to believe in what we know best. And the other aspect is, yes, I do agree, you get a beautiful platform being from a film family, the next generation. But for a hard-earned money. I mean, a regular janta who's earning their daily wages or their monthly wages, they work so hard. And for them to invest on a person, they're not going to see which actor's son you are. It is pure cinema, being part of a good cinema, good film, and your hard work. And if you're sincere to your work, I think none of the, like you say, the lineage and coming from somebody will matter after the first film.
So, movies are changing. I mean, from Anil Kapoor ji's time, when Mr. India came out, right, when it was released to now, there's a whole lot of a difference. I mean, people don't go to theaters anymore. But if people are still going to theaters, and if the movies are still, making hundreds and thousands of crores in some cases, right? What is bringing them, what is drawing them in one? Secondly, how do you see this trend changing? Because today you have to plan for a theatrical release, you have to plan for an OTT release, you got to plan for different marketing. I don't know. I mean, maybe you know better because you're also a producer now. But how is it changing, and how do you see it changing going ahead, let's say 10 years down the line?
I mean, your question has the part of the answer as well. When there's a great cinema like KGF, Pushpa 2, or Dhurandhar, Kantara, RRR, people have come back to the theaters, even if after the effect of COVID. All of us were a little scared whether they will come back. I think good cinema, the experience. In India, the cheapest form of entertainment is still cinema. To go, take your family, after the film, we all talking about it. It is a great communal activity also. Of course, if the popcorn rates come down a bit, it'll be much better. But still, cinema is so beautiful. It brings communities together. It's an emotion. It's not just about language. Hindi cinema, Bengali, Gujarati, or Telugu. Cinema is a very communal activity. I mean, it's nice. It's fun. It's entertainment. 2 ghanta ke liye, you can forget everything, all your sorrows, your day's work. And the part 2 is what you asked.
Part 2 was, how do you see it evolving going ahead? I mean, let's say next 10 years, right? Post RRR, post Magadira. Now, okay, let's take your example. You've had Magadira. You have
talking about OTTs and yeah. I mean, all of them are complementing each other, definitely. In fact, around COVID is when RRR, or first after opening, the COVID lockdown was done. And it released on Netflix. The people in the Western countries have seen it on Netflix, and it became a sensation. And that's how the drive towards being nominated for Oscars started. So OTT has actually helped us, and a lot more audience were exposed to our film. In Japan, we did more than 65 CR. It's only because of the buzz on the social media. Yeah. So if we can complement each other, I mean, that'll be great.
Yeah. Speaking about the buzz, I mean, the moment Natu played, I just saw, cheers from the crowd. I mean, everybody was so excited about that moment. I mean, I still remember watching that moment. It was obviously early morning when the Oscars were announced, and we were so excited. And I remember I was in the newsroom when the story broke that morning. So, what was it like? Why don't you tell our viewers, when you were there in the auditorium and you got the Oscar, as an Indian actor with an Indian crew, there at the Oscars, what was it like?
I completely agree with Anilji when he said it's no more representing the film, it is representing India. And it was out of our hands. RRR, after a point, it was not our film anymore. It was audience they were the torchbearer of the film. They carried the film to the east, from Japan to LA. It was carried by the people. And obviously a good content, a good cinema has no boundaries. RRR definitely made the boundaries seamless. And I think, like Anilji said, we were representing India. We were so proud that we were not part of RRR. We were part of India, and that India has given a film that can be represented on an Oscar stage as a center stage.
Yeah. So, do you see this trend, I mean, getting more and more popular, of Indian movies being accepted more? Do you see that grow over time? Is there a trend that you've seen?
Absolutely. The market outside in the global market is definitely open to us. Yes, there has to be a big jump. The big leap has to happen. But I mean, all of us want to be part. What is next for all of us? Like India first. India has to be in the entertainment industry, in the center stage, in the world platform. And we all want to be part of it. In the core of it, we all want to be part of it. And we have amazing directors who are doing baby steps, but they're very strong in their approach towards going global.
So when you're sort of, you know, getting all these successes, all these box office hits, what does Chiranjeevi sir tell you? What does he tell you?
You know, I still remember, I'm quoting Anilji so many times. The first thing he said is the mundane activity. Get up in the morning, do your workout, go to the shoot on time. He's 72. He wakes up at 5:30, has his coffee. 6 o'clock, he's in the gym. And he calls me, he said, "To gym mein nahi hai?" I said, "Baba, today is my day off." He said, "Fir bhi aa jao. 7 o'clock to aa jao." So he's still on my back. And
He calls you daily?
He loves his workout. He loves to look at his best. He wants to live for his grandkids, for his cinema. I was just talking to him, "Why are you still doing this?" He said, "Ram, I'm not doing this for hits or doing better films or canvas films. I'm just doing to keep my brain active. I just want to live for all of you, my grandkids." So his purpose is different, my purpose is different, but yeah, he pushes me even till date.
And he's still releasing films.
Absolutely. He's working on 3 projects
So
right now.
You're actually competing with your father now. In one way.
Yeah, probably.
And does he tell you, does he give you feedback on acting? Feedback on your...
Trust me, he's never given me feedback in 15 years of my career. No, not at all. Not at all. I think so. No, he never handheld me.
So, in a sense, when you look at your, especially the Telugu film industry, I mean, you have actors like Junior NTR, and you know, you have Allu Arjun, and then there's you, and there's a whole lot of stars. I mean, in fact, Telugu industry has given India perhaps some of the biggest hits in recent times. So, how difficult is it to get the formula right? Because if you've done this on your own, you've done Peddi 450 crore and counting on your own, you didn't have a co-actor or a co-star with you, and you had a new crowd and a new team, and you still raked in that. What is that formula that makes films click now? Is it just the star?
No, I think, again, Anilji said, on that Friday, it's like you're going to Las Vegas and you're gambling. You're sitting on $1 million table and you're gambling. You really don't know where the wheel is going to stop. But we all live with a sense of hope. And without hope, none of us can get up. There's no need to get up. Yeah. It's all we hope today is a good day. Hope this film is a good film. It's all the hope. And of course, sometimes you believe in those success formula directors who know the operations. They don't know the formula. And then you believe in my last film, Peddi. I mean, you can consider it in your business language. He's the best startup I've been part of. And it worked wonders for us. So there's no formula. You just believe your instincts, your emotional instincts. You have to be vulnerable to understand the gist, the emotion, and the drama. And every day, if you do your best, and you put all of that together and you edit it, it's the best.
Okay, so the theme for this year's summit is Great Power India. And we have seen that in the last few years, a lot of films are being produced on our forces, on national unity, on national subjects, on themes that bind the people together. Now, I want to get your view on that. Do you think that's a good thing that is happening? And do you think there can be, because you saw Durandar. Durandar is a fantastic example of that. And it had everything right that clicked. So, in your view, do you see that as a theme going ahead? Perhaps it's a fantastic change that's come about in the film industry. I want to get your view on that.
I mean, I've just seen Durandar last week on OTT, and it's a terrific film. Fantastic, phenomenal film. It had everything falling in place in the right way, in the right tempo. Should more films like this come out? Of course. I would love to have more films come out. The national integrity, like India First, is very, very important in our forthcoming films in the future, the way we see cinema. It has brought the country together. It has got the highest grosser. It was more than 1,800 crores, 500 crores. Why would this be? This, like, box office number is nothing but related to the number of people who have accepted it and the footfall into theater. Yeah. If people of India are owning it and want this to happen, why not? And it's doing good for our nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a round of applause for an Oscar-winning actor and superstar, new age superstar, Ram Charan. Thank you, Ram.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हिट तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ऑक्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग, 4 लोगों के पास है ये।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody
बाद में
look.
बात करेंगे।
अरे आप पॉलिटिशियन हो, आप पॉलिटिशियन हो, आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला हम्बल हो रहा हूँ।
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now?
This is
There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean.
What am I then? Back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort. And today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. We are blessed to witness a truly historic moment at the 6th Republic Summit. We welcome you, sir, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite on stage a voice that has defined generations, bridged genres, and touched millions of hearts worldwide. Please welcome the master of melody, the voice of soul, and music legend, Padma Shri awardee Hariharan, who will present 2 songs for you.
स्वर साधना आराधना, स्वर साधना आराधना, बस है यही मनोकामना, बस है यही मनोकामना, मेरे गीत में, मेरे गीत में, संगीत में हरि मैं रहूं, मेरी भावना, मेरे गीत में, संगीत में हरि मैं रहे, मेरी भावना, दर्शन करूं, अर्चन करूं, मंथन करूं, तब याचना, मेरा श्याम तू, घन श्याम तू, मनमोहना मुरलीधरा, पमदा दा 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 वा वा दा वा दा मा वा दा मा दा वा मा वा मा गा मा रे, रे गा मा दा दा सा सा दा रे रे सा सा, रे रे सा नि सा रे रे सा नि सा रे गा रे गा रे सा नि ri सा नि सा नि दा दा मा गा मा गा रि गा रि सा, मेरा श्याम श्याम भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है। सदियों से भारत भूमि दुनिया की शान है, भारत माँ की रक्षा में जीवन कुर्बान है। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है। आसाम से गुजरात तक, बंगाल से महाराष्ट्र तक, जाति कहीं गुण एक है, भाषा कहीं सुर एक है। कश्मीर से मद्रास तक कह दो सभी हम एक हैं, आवाज दो हम एक हैं, जागो।
Thank you so much, Hariharanji. That was spectacular. May I now request you to be seated as I invite Republic Media Network's founder and editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, to the stage to welcome the Honorable Prime Minister.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, बहुत बहुत आभार. We are very grateful to you on behalf of the Republic Media Network, हम सब की ओर से, and on behalf of all our audience and all the viewers of Republic Media Network, जो हर भाषा में आज भारत और पूरे देश में इस प्रोग्राम को स्ट्रीमिंग और टेलीविजन में देख रहे हैं. On behalf of all our viewers, I welcome you, Pradhanmantri ji, to the Republic Summit. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister. It is my honor and my privilege to welcome our beloved Prime Minister to this wonderful occasion of the Republic Summit, which is talking about Great Power India. लास्ट टाइम प्राइम मिनिस्टर हमारे इवेंट में मार्च 6 तारीख को 2025 को इधर इस ओकेजन में थे, और प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑलवेज मेक्स रिकॉर्ड्स. आई वांट टू कंग्रेचुलेट यू फर्स्ट सर फॉर becoming the longest serving elected Prime Minister of India in our country's history. And I think Pradhan Mantri ji, I can say on behalf of everybody, we want you to keep breaking records, sir, keep breaking records. Prime Minister, our beloved Prime Minister is going to complete 25 years as head of government. I think it's happening on the 7th of October. I want to congratulate you in advance for that. My father told me that his father said, मेरे पिताजी ने कहा प्रधानमंत्री जी कि मेरे दादाजी ने उन्हें कहा कि if you want to get a job done immediately, give it to the most busy man. He will do it. I want to tell you what the busiest man in the country has done in the last 1 year. First, during COVID, even the critics, the worst critics will admit that instead of negativity, Prime Minister Narendra Modi turned a pandemic into an opportunity to give 300 million vaccines to the world. He doesn't believe in negativity. And we are behind you, sir. This year, so many people said that India will come under the deluge of the global economic crisis. You heard all that negativity? You know all that negativity? The Prime Minister has ensured absolutely uninterrupted LPG and fuel supply and kept our country's economy stable in a very difficult period. अब मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलूंगा. प्रधानमंत्री जी, आजकल आपके in front of you I like to practice my हिंदी. लोग कहते हैं कि कहनी और कथनी में politicians का फर्क होता है. प्रधानमंत्री जी, you may not remember, but during the election campaign of 2014, सबने इंटरव्यू के एप्लीकेशंस दिए थे प्रधानमंत्री जी को, और मेरा नंबर आया नहीं था. तो मैंने किसी एक उस समय के संपादक को पूछा कि मेरा नंबर कब आएगा. तो उन्होंने कहा मुझे, डोंट वरी, you are likely to get the last interview of the election campaign. I don't want to remind you who the first interview was of the election campaign of 2014. But in that interview on 8th of May 2014, Pradhan Mantri ji, which I recorded with you in Gandhinagar at the Chief Minister's house, आपने कहा था मुझे, जब मैंने पाकिस्तान का सवाल पूछा था, तो आपने कहा, अर्नब, अभी भी मेरे मन में वो है, अर्नब, बम बंदूक और बारूद के बीच में बातचीत हो सकती है क्या? And today I want to tell you, sir, you have been steadfast. Nobody in the history of this country has served our motherland on strategic and military interests like you have. In the last 1 year, the Prime Minister, the busiest man of the country, has also, we fired 19 BrahMos on Pakistan. And I want to thank, during Operation Sindoor, sir, I remember rongte khade ho gaye the when at 1:45 in the morning, I think it was 6th of May, you remember the morning of 6th of May, when we saw those fireballs, and we said, we have the power. We have the power. It's only about using it. It's only about political determination to use it. BrahMos was first tested 20 years back, but the Prime Minister used it, and we are grateful to you for that, Prime Minister. But the biggest achievement of the Prime Minister, the day he completed 12 years, I said, the biggest achievement of the Prime Minister is this, that in this country's democracy, here is one man who has won 3 general elections. And, 1 minute, in the last 12 years has won over 40 state elections. That is the test of a democracy. And we are very proud to have a leader with a mandate of the people, sir. Prime Minister, great power there are three characteristics of a great power I have heard. Economic strength, but it also the ability to leverage it. In that today, in purchasing power parity terms, log kuch bhi kahe, we are an $18 trillion economy already and $4 trillion in real terms. We are going to be $35 trillion. Prime Minister, if you lead the way, we will get there faster than you want also. The people of this country will be behind you. The second test of being a great power is military strength. But that is only if you have the ability to use it. The non-contact warfare, General Bakshi is with us here, that you have spearheaded has taken us to a new level of power projection in military terms. We are grateful to you for that, sir. But the third, which is personally, I believe, a contribution of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and only Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is where there's G7. Congratulations, Prime Minister. We were so proud of the G7 visit, whether it is SCO, whether it is Quad, whether it is BRICS, where we will be taking the presidency. There is no global institution which is complete without Bharat. And these three characteristics make a country a great power: economic strength, military power projection, and institutional validity. And on all three fronts, we owe it to the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Prime Minister, on behalf of everyone today, I want to say one thing to you, sir. It is because of your leadership in the last 12 years that we are today no longer called a middle power globally. We are called a great power. And I'm much younger to you, but I'll make one short prophecy, sir. It will be because of your leadership that we are very soon going to be a superpower, sir. But we will not be a unilateral superpower. During the Cold War means you are so strong you don't have to listen to anyone in the world. We will not be that kind of superpower, sir. But you are the man who is going to be credited for taking India from middle power to great power to superpower. And lastly, we want to thank you for one more thing, which is Saman Afsar, जिसको अंग्रेजी में प्रधानमंत्री जी level playing field, एक निष्पक्ष मुकाबला, a free competition, which was not possible. People can say whatever, but it was not possible before 2014. Today we have people like Sridhar Vembu before us, sir. We are so proud of what he has achieved. He's been able to achieve it because of the level playing field this country now provides to entrepreneurs and everyone. Pradhan Mantri ji, this network is unique because every member of the founding team of this network is from a middle class background, without any capital, without any privilege. All of you have known me. My family is here. I can tell you we are from very humble, simple, middle class backgrounds. Without a level playing field, we are nothing. We don't have wealth, we don't have capital, but we have hunger. We want the opportunity, but we did not get the level playing field. The ecosystem that is not happy with all of India getting a level playing field are the people who have a negative mindset. But they are not representing the will of the people of India. The will of the people of India are those people who listened to you. In 2018, when you gave me the great honor, Pradhan Mantri ji, you came to Mumbai for the first Republic Summit. And I want to end with one quote you said then. Aapne kaha, the country with the world's youngest population cannot afford to dream small. You have taught this country to dream, sir. We had lost confidence in ourselves. You have taught this country to dream. And so when I listened to you on 15th August 2022, when you spoke about Viksit Bharat, I said that you have now given us a charter for the next 20 years. I assure you, on behalf of everyone who's watching today, that this country stands with you, and Viksit Bharat, we will not make you wait till 2047, sir. We will achieve it much before that. We are grateful for your leadership. We are grateful to you for coming. Thank you so much, Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji, for coming to the Republic Summit. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
May I request the Honorable Prime Minister, sir, to please address the gathering.
स्वर साधना मनोकामना आराधना एक बहुत ही शुभ शुरुआत के बाद अच्छा होता आप ही का कार्यक्रम चलता। आप सबको नमस्कार। रिपब्लिक टीवी नेटवर्क के सभी दर्शक और अब तो बहुत सारी भाषाओं में भी है, तो उन सबको भी मेरा प्रणाम। मैं इस समिट में हिस्सा लेने आए सभी साथियों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं। 24 घंटे चलने वाले चैनलों में ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़, इसका बहुत बड़ा महत्व होता है। और आजकल तो दुनिया में ही, पूरी दुनिया, कहीं पर भी नज़र डालो, पूरी दुनिया ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ के मोड पर ही है। और इतनी भागदौड़ में आप सभी इस समिट को होस्ट कर रहे हैं, इसका हिस्सा बने हैं, और इसलिए आप विशेष बधाई के पात्र हैं। और इस बार आपकी चर्चा का विषय भी उतना ही अहम है। ग्रेट पावर इंडिया, नेशन फर्स्ट। साथियों, हमारे यहाँ शास्त्रों में कहा गया है, यतो धर्मस् ततो जय, यानी जय का, शक्ति का मूल धर्म है। और धर्म यानी ड्यूटी, धर्म यानी जस्टिस, धर्म यानी स्वभाव, समभाव, धर्म यानी संवाद, धर्म यानी संवेदना। और यही तो नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना में भी समाहित है। भारत अपनी पावर को इसी लेंस से देखता है, इसी तराजू पर तोलता है। साथियों, भारत की एक और विशेषता है, और अब तो दुनिया ने भी मान लिया है, हम किसी क्षणिक घटना पर उतावले होने वाले देश नहीं है। हम वो हैं जिसने विकास और विनाश देखा भी है, झेला भी है। हम वो देश हैं जिसके जहन में युगों की मेमोरी चिप लगी हुई है। हम युगों की मेमोरी चिप वाले नेशन है, और इसलिए भारत जो कर रहा है, और ये मैं बहुत जिम्मेवारी के साथ कह रहा हूं, भारत जो कर रहा है वो आने वाले 1000 वर्ष का फ्यूचर लिखने वाला है। और यही दुनिया के लिए सबसे बड़ी भारत की गारंटी है। भारत फास्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी भी है, एक क्रेडिबल इकोनॉमी भी है, और भारत राइजिंग पावर के साथ साथ और अभी अर्नब तो ढेर सारी डिक्शनरी खोल करके बैठ गए थे, सुपर पावर तक ले गए। लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर कहूंगा कि भारत रिलायबल पावर है।